Yes? Harraby here, Prime Minister. Superintendent Thomas is with me. Yes, sir. Right away. He replaced the receiver. Straight in, almost on the double. You must have been up to something. There are 2 ministers waiting. Come on. Harraby led the way out of his office and down a corridor towards a green baize door at the far end. A male secretary was coming out, saw the pair of them, and stepped back, holding the door open. Harraby ushered Thomas inside and said clearly, Superintendent Thomas, Prime Minister, and withdrew, closing the door quietly behind him. Thomas was aware of being in a very quiet room, high-ceilinged and elegantly furnished, untidy with books and papers, with a smell of pipe tobacco and wood panelling, a room more like the study of a university don than the office of a Prime Minister. The figure at the window turned round. Good afternoon, Superintendent. Please, sit down. Good afternoon, sir. He chose an upright chair facing the desk and perched on the edge of it. He had never had occasion to see the Prime Minister that close before, and never in private. He got the impression of a pair of sad, almost beaten eyes, drooping lids like a bloodhound who had run a long race and taken little joy from it. There was silence in the room as the Prime Minister walked to his desk and sat behind it. Thomas had heard the rumours round Whitehall, of course, that the PM's health was not all that it might be, and of the toll taken by the strain of bringing the government through the rottenness of the Keeler ward affair, which had just ended and was still #1 talking point throughout the land. Even so, he was surprised at the look of exhaustion and sadness in the man opposite him. Superintendent Thomas, it has come to my attention that you are presently conducting an investigation based on a request for assistance telephoned from Paris yesterday morning by a senior detective of the French police judiciaire. Yes, sir, Prime Minister. And that this request stems from a fear among the French security authorities that a man may be on the loose, a professional assassin, hired presumably by the OAS, to undertake a mission in France at some future time. That was not actually explained to us, Prime Minister. The request was for suggestions as to the identity of any such professional assassin who might be known to us. There was no explanation as to why they wanted such suggestions. Nevertheless, what do you deduce from the fact that such a request was made, Superintendent? Thomas shrugged slightly. The same as yourself, Prime Minister. Precisely. One does not need to be a genius to be able to deduce the only possible reason for the French authorities wishing to identify such a specimen. And what would you deduce to be the eventual target of such a man, if indeed a man of this type has come to the attention of the French police? Well, Prime Minister, I suppose they fear an assassin has been engaged to attempt to kill the President. Precisely. Not the first time such an attempt would have been made. No, sir. There have been 6 attempts already. The Prime Minister stared at the papers in front of him as if they might give him some clue as to what had happened to the world in the closing months of his premiership. Are you aware, Superintendent, that there apparently exist some persons in this country, persons occupying not obscure positions of authority, who would not be displeased if your investigations were not so energetic as they might be? Thomas was genuinely surprised. No, sir. Where on earth had the PM got that tidbit from? Would you please give me a resume of the state of your inquiries up to the present time? Thomas began at the beginning, explaining clearly and concisely the trail from criminal records to Special Branch, the conversation with Lloyd, the mention of a man called Calthrop, and the investigations that had taken place up to that moment. When he had finished, the Prime Minister rose and walked to the window, which gave onto the sunlit square of grass in the courtyard. For long minutes he stared down into the courtyard, and there was a sag to the set of the shoulders. Thomas wondered what he was thinking. Perhaps he was thinking of a beach outside Algiers, where he had once walked and talked with the haughty Frenchman, who now sat in another office 300 miles away, governing the affairs of his own country. They had both been 20 years younger then, and a lot of things had not happened that were to come later, and a lot of things had not come between them. Maybe he was thinking of the same Frenchman sitting in the gilded hall of the Elysee Palace 8 months earlier, destroying in measured and sonorous phrases the hopes of the British Prime Minister of crowning his political career by bringing Britain into the European community before retiring into the contentment of a man who has fulfilled his dream. Or possibly he was just thinking of the past agonizing months when the revelations of a pimp and a courtesan had almost brought down the government of Britain. He was an old man who had been born and brought up in a world that had its standards for good or evil, and had believed in those standards and had followed them. Now the world was a different place, full of a new people with new ideas, and he was of the past. Did he understand that there were new standards now, which he could dimly recognize and did not like? Probably he knew, looking down onto the sunny grass, what lay ahead. The surgical operation could not long be delayed, and with it retirement from the leadership. Before long the world would be handed over to the new people. Much of the world had already been handed over to them. But would it also be handed over to pimps and tarts, spies and assassins? From behind, Thomas saw the shoulders straighten, and the old man in front of him turned round. "Superintendent Thomas, I wish you to know that General de Gaulle is my friend. If there is the remotest danger to his person, and if that danger would emanate from a citizen of these islands, then that person must be stopped. From now on you will conduct your investigations with unprecedented vigour. Within the hour, your superiors will be authorized by me personally to accord you every facility within their powers. You will be subjected to no limits in either expenditure or manpower. You will have the authority to co-opt onto your team whomsoever you wish to assist you, and to have access to the official documentation of any department in the land which may be able to further your inquiries. You will, by my personal order, cooperate without any hint of reserve with the French authorities in this matter. Only when you are absolutely satisfied that, whoever this man may be whom the French are seeking to identify and arrest, he is not a British subject or operating from these shores, may you desist from your inquiries. At that point you will report back to me in person. In the event that this man Calthrop, or any other man bearing a British passport, may reasonably be considered to be the man whom the French are seeking, you will detain this man. Whoever he is, he must be stopped. Do I make myself clear?" It could not have been clearer. Thomas knew for certain that some piece of information had come to the PM's ears that had sparked off the instructions he had just given. Thomas suspected it had to do with the cryptic remark about certain persons who wished his investigations to make little progress, but he could not be sure. "Yes, sir," he said. The PM inclined his head to indicate the interview was over. Thomas rose and went to the door. "Prime Minister." "Yes?" "There is one point, sir. I'm not certain whether you would wish me to tell the French yet about the inquiries into the rumour about this man Calthrop in the Dominican Republic 2 years ago." "Do you have reasonable grounds to believe, as of now, that this man's past activities justify fitting him to the description of the man the French wish to identify?" "No, Prime Minister. We have nothing against any Charles Calthrop in the world except the rumour of 2 years ago. We do not yet know whether the Calthrop we have spent the afternoon trying to trace is the one who was in the Caribbean in January 1961. If he is not, then we are back to square one." The Prime Minister thought for a few seconds. "I would not wish you to waste your French colleagues' time with suggestions based on unsubstantiated rumours 2.5 years old. Note the word unsubstantiated, Superintendent. Please continue your inquiries with energy. At the moment you feel there is enough information in your possession concerning this or any other Charles Calthrop to add substance to the rumour that he was involved in the affair of General Trujillo, you will inform the French at once, and at the same time track the man down wherever he is." "Yes, Prime Minister." "And would you please ask Mr. Harraby to come to me? I shall issue the authorities you need at once." Back in Thomas's office, Things changed quickly through the rest of the afternoon. Round him he grouped a task force of 6 of the Special Branch's best detective inspectors. 1 was recalled from leave, 2 were taken off their duties watching the house of a man suspected to be passing classified information from the Royal Ordnance Factory to an East European military attaché. 2 of the others were the ones who had helped him the day before go through the records of the Special Branch, looking for a killer who had no name. The last had been on his day off and was gardening in his greenhouse when the call came through to report to the branch headquarters immediately. He briefed them all, exhaustively, swore them to silence, and answered a continuous stream of phone calls. It was just after 6 p.m. when the Inland Revenue found the tax returns of Charles Harold Calthrop. One of the detectives was sent out to bring the whole file back. The rest went to work on the telephone, except one who was sent to Calthrop's address to seek out every neighbour and local tradesman for information as to where the man might be. Photographs taken from the one submitted by Calthrop on his application form for a passport 4 years previously were printed in the photographic laboratory, and every inspector had one in his pocket. The tax returns of the wanted man showed that for the past year he had been unemployed, and before that had been abroad for a year. But for most of the financial year 1960 to 61, he had been in the employ of a firm whose name Thomas recognised as belonging to one of Britain's leading manufacturers and exporters of small arms. Within an hour he had the name of the firm's managing director, and found the man at home at his country house in the stockbroker belt of Surrey. By telephone Thomas made an appointment to see him immediately, and as dusk descended on the Thames, his police Jaguar roared over the river in the direction of the village of Virginia Water. Patrick Monson hardly looked like a dealer in lethal weapons, but then Thomas reflected, they never do. From Monson, Thomas learned the arms firm had employed Calthrop for just under a year. More important, during December 1960 and January 1961, he had been sent by the firm to Ciudad Trujillo to try and sell a consignment of British Army surplus machine guns to Trujillo's police chief. Thomas eyed Monson with distaste. "I never mind what they later get used for, eh, Boyle?" he thought, but didn't bother to voice his distaste. Why had Calthrop left the Dominican Republic in such a hurry? Monson seemed surprised by the question. Well, because Trujillo had been killed, of course. The whole regime fell within hours. What could be expected from the new regime by a man who'd come to the island to sell the old regime a load of guns and ammunition? Of course he'd had to get out. Thomas pondered. Certainly it made sense. Monson said Calthrop had later claimed he was actually sitting in the office of the dictator's police chief discussing the sale when the news came through that the general had been killed in an ambush outside the town. The chief of police had gone white and left immediately for his private estate, where his aircraft and pilot were permanently waiting for him. Within a few hours, mobs were rampaging through the streets, seeking adherents of the old regime. Calthrop had to bribe a fisherman to sail him out of the island. Why, Thomas asked eventually, did Calthrop leave the firm? He was dismissed, was the answer. Why? Monson thought carefully for a few moments. Finally, he said, "Superintendent, the arms business is highly competitive. Cutthroat, you might say. To know what another man is offering for sale and the price he's asking can be vital for a rival wishing to clinch the same deal with the same buyer. Let's just say that we were not entirely satisfied with Calthrop's loyalty to the company." In the car back into town, Thomas thought over what Monson had told him. Calthrop's explanation at the time as to why he'd got out of the Dominican Republic so fast was logical. It did not corroborate, indeed, it tended to negate, the rumour subsequently reported by the Caribbean SIS resident that his name was linked with the killing. On the other hand, according to Monson, Calthrop was a man who was not above playing a double cross. Could he have arrived as the accredited representative of a small arms company wishing to make a sale, and at the same time have been in the pay of the revolutionaries? There was one thing Monson had said that disturbed Thomas. He had mentioned that Calthrop didn't know much about rifles when he joined the company. Surely a crack shot would be an expert. But then, of course, he could have learned that while with the company. But if he was a newcomer to rifle shooting, why did the anti-Trujillo partisans Want to hire him to stop the General's car on a fast road with a single shot? Or did they not hire him at all? Was Calthrop's own story the literal truth? Thomas shrugged. It didn't prove anything or disprove anything. Back to square one again, he thought bitterly. But back at the office there was news that changed his mind. The inspector who had been inquiring at Calthrop's address had reported in. He had found a next-door neighbour who'd been out at work all day. The woman said Mr. Calthrop had left some days before and had mentioned he was going touring in Scotland. In the back of the car parked in the street outside, the woman had seen what looked like a set of fishing rods. Fishing rods? Superintendent Thomas felt suddenly chilly, although the office was warm. As the detective finished talking, one of the others came in. "Sober?" "Yes?" "Something's just occurred to me." "Go on." Do you speak French?" "No. Do you?" Yes. My mother was French. This assassin the PJ are looking for, he's got the code name Jackal, right?" "So what?" "Well, Jackal in French is Chacal. Chacal. See? It could be just a coincidence. He must be as thick as 5 posts to pick a name, even in French, that's made up of the first 3 letters of his Christian name and the first 3 letters of his land of my bloody fathers," said Thomas, and sneezed violently. Then he reached for the telephone. Chapter 15. The third meeting in the Interior Ministry in Paris began shortly after 10 o'clock, due to the lateness of the minister, who'd been held up in the traffic on his way back from a diplomatic reception. As soon as he was seated, he gestured for the meeting to start. The first report was from General Guibault of the CDC. It was short and to the point. The ex-Nazi killer Castle had been located by agents of the Madrid office of the Secret Service. He was living quietly in retirement at his rooftop flat in Madrid, had become a partner with another former SS commando leader in a prosperous business in the city, and so far as could be determined, was not involved with the OAS. The Madrid office had in any case had a file on the man by the time the request from Paris for a further check came through, and was of the view that he had never been involved with the OAS at all. In view of his age, increasingly frequent bouts of rheumatism that were beginning to affect his legs, and a remarkably high alcohol intake, Castle in the general view could be discounted as a possible jackal. As the general finished, eyes turned to Commissaire Lebel. His report was sombre. During the course of the day, reports had come in to the PJ from the other 3 countries who had originally suggested possible suspects 24 hours earlier. From America had come news that Chuck Arnold, the gun salesman, was in Colombia, trying to clinch a deal for his American employer to sell a consignment of former U.S. Army surplus AR-10 assault rifles to the Chief of Staff. He was, in any case, under permanent CIA surveillance while in Bogota, and there was no indication that he was planning anything other than to put through his arms deal, despite official U.S. disapproval. The file on the man had, however, been telexed to Paris, as had also the file on Vittorino. This showed that although the former Cosa Nostra gunman had not yet been located, he was 5 feet 4 inches tall, immensely broad and squat, with jet-black hair and a swarthy complexion. In view of the radical difference in appearance from the Jackal, as described by the hotel clerk in Vienna, Lebel felt he too could be discounted. The South Africans had learned Piet Skypoor was now the head of the private army of a diamond mining corporation in a West African country of the British Commonwealth. His duties were to patrol the borders of the vast mining concessions owned by the company and ensure a continuous disincentive to illicit diamond poachers from across the border. No inconvenient questions were asked of him as to the methods he used to discourage poaching, and his employers were pleased with his efforts. His presence was confirmed by his employers. He was definitely at his post in West Africa. The Belgian police had checked on their ex-mercenary. A report in the files from one of their Caribbean embassies had been unearthed, which reported the former employee of Katanga had been killed in a bar fight in Guatemala 3 months previously. Lebel finished reading the last of the reports from the file in front of him. When he looked up, it was to find 14 pairs of eyes on him, most of them cold and challenging. "Alors," Rien? The question from Colonel Roland was that of everyone present. No, nothing, I'm afraid, agreed Lebel. None of the suggestions seem to stand up. Seem to stand up, echoed St. Clair bitterly. Is that what we've come to with your pure detective work? Nothing seems to stand up. He glared angrily at the two detectives, Bouvier and Lebel, quickly aware that the mood of the room was with him. It would seem, gentlemen, the minister quietly used the plural form to take in both the police commissaires, that we are back where we started, square one, so to speak. Yes, I'm afraid so, replied Lebel. Bouvier took up the cudgels on his behalf. My colleague is searching, virtually without clues and without any sort of lead, for one of the most elusive types of men in the world. Such specimens do not advertise their professions or their whereabouts. We are aware of that, my dear Commissaire, retorted the minister coldly. The question is— He was interrupted by a knock on the door. The minister frowned. His instructions had been that they were not to be disturbed except in an emergency. Come in. One of the ministry's porters stood in the doorway, diffident and abashed. Mes excuses, monsieur le ministre. A telephone call for Commissaire Lebel, from London. Feeling the hostility of the room, the man tried to cover himself. They say it is urgent. Lebel rose. Would you excuse me, gentlemen? He returned in 5 minutes. The atmosphere was as cold as when he had left it, and evidently the wrangle over what to do next had continued in his absence. As he entered, he interrupted a bitter denunciation from Colonel St. Clair, who tailed off as Lebel took his seat. The little commissaire had an envelope in his hand, with scribbled writing on the back. I think, gentlemen, we have the name of the man we are looking for, he began. The meeting ended 30 minutes later, almost in a mood of levity. When Lebel had finished his relation of the message from London, the men around the table had let out a collective sigh, like a train arriving at its platform after a long journey. Each man knew that at last there was something he could do. Within half an hour they had agreed that without a word of publicity it would be possible to scour France for a man in the name of Charles Calthrop, to find him, and if it deemed necessary, to dispose of him. The fullest known details of Calthrop, they knew, would not be available until the morning, when they would be telexed from London. But in the meantime, renseignements généraux would check their miles of shelves for a disembarkation card filled in by this man, for a hotel card registering him at a hotel anywhere in France. The Prefecture of Police could check its own records to see if he was staying at any hotel within the confines of Paris. The DST could put his name and description into the hands of every border post, port, harbour and airfield in France, with instructions that such a man was to be held immediately on his touching on French territory. If he had not yet arrived in France, no matter. Complete silence would be maintained until he arrived, and when he did, they would have him. This odious creature, the man they call Calthrop, we have him already in the bag. Colonel Raoul St. Clair de Villauborn told his mistress that night as they lay in bed. When Jacqueline finally coaxed a belated orgasm from the colonel to send him to sleep, the mantelpiece clock chimed 12, and it had become August the 14th. Superintendent Thomas sat back in his office chair and surveyed the 6 inspectors, whom he had regrouped from their various tasks after putting down the phone following the call to Paris. Outside in the still summer night, Big Ben tolled midnight. His briefing took an hour. One man was allocated to examine Calthrop's youth, where his parents now lived, if indeed he had any, where he had been to school, shooting record, if any, in the cadet corps as a schoolboy, noticeable characteristics, distinguishing marks, etc. A second was designated to investigate his young manhood from leaving school through national service, record of service and prowess at shooting, employment following discharge from the army, right up to the time he left the employ of the arms dealers who had dismissed him for suspected double-dealing. The third and fourth detectives were put on the trail of his activities since leaving his last known employers in October 1961, where he had been, whom he had seen, what his income had been, from what sources. Since there was no police record, and therefore presumably no fingerprints, Thomas needed every known and latest photograph of the man up to the present time. The last two inspectors were to seek to establish the whereabouts of Calthrop at that moment. Go over the entire flat for fingerprints. Find where he bought the car. Check at County Hall, London, for records of issue of a driving licence, and if there were none, start checking with the provincial county licensing departments. Trace the car. Make, age, colour, registration number. Trace his local garage to see if he was planning a long journey by car. Check the cross-channel ferries. Go round all the airline companies for a booking on a plane, no matter what the destination. All 6 men took extensive notes. Only when he had finished did they rise and file out of the office. In the corridor, the last two eyed each other askance. "Dry clean and read texture," said one. "The complete bloody works." "The funny thing is," observed the other, "that the old man won't tell us what he's supposed to have done, or be going to do. One thing we can be sure of, to get this kind of action, it must have come down right from the top. You'd think the bugger was planning to shoot the King of Siam." It took a short while to wake up a magistrate and get him to sign a search warrant. By the small hours of the morning, while an exhausted Thomas dozed in the armchair in his office, and an even more haggard Claude Lebel sipped black coffee in his office, 2 special branch men went through Calthrop's flat with a fine tooth-comb. Both were experts. They started with the drawers, emptying each one systematically into a bedsheet and sorting the contents diligently. When all the drawers were clean, they started on the woodwork of the drawerless desk for secret panels. After the wooden furniture came 2 upholstered pieces. When they had finished with these, the flat looked like a turkey farm on Thanksgiving Day. One man was working over the drawing-room, the other the bedroom. After these 2 came the kitchen and bathroom. With the furniture, cushions, pillows and coats and suits in the cupboards dealt with, they started on the floors, ceilings and walls. By 6 in the morning, the flat was as clean as a whistle. Most of the neighbours were grouped on the landing, looking at each other and then the closed door of Calthrop's flat, conversing in whispers that hushed when the 2 inspectors emerged from the flat. One was carrying a suitcase stuffed with Calthrop's personal papers and private belongings. He went down to the street, jumped into the waiting squad car, and drove back to Superintendent Thomas. The other started on the long round of interviews. He began with the neighbours, aware that most would have to head for their places of work within an hour or 2. The local tradesmen could come later. Thomas spent several minutes rifling through the collection of possessions spread all over his office floor. Out of the jumble, the detective inspector grabbed a small blue book, walked to the window, and started to flick through it by the light of the rising sun. "Super, have a look at this." His finger jabbed at one of the pages in the passport in front of him. "See? República Dominicana, Aeropuerto Ciudad Trujillo, December 1960. Entrada. He was there all right. This is our man." Thomas took the passport from him, glanced at it for a moment, then stared out of the window. "Oh, yes. This is our man, Boyle. But does it not occur to you that we are holding his passport in our hands?" "Oh, the sod," breathed the inspector when he saw the point. "As you say," said Thomas, whose chapel upbringing caused him only very occasionally to use strong language. "If he's not travelling on this passport, then what is he travelling on? Give me the phone and get me Paris." By the same hour, the Jackal had already been on the road for 50 minutes, and the city of Milan lay far behind him. The hood of the Alfa was down, and the morning sun already bathed the Autostrada 7 from Milan to Genoa. Along the wide straight road, he pushed the car well over 80 miles an hour, and kept the tachometer needle flickering just below the start of the red band. The cool wind lashed his pale hair into a frenzy around the forehead, but the eyes were protected by the dark glasses. The road map said it was 210 kilometres to the French frontier at Ventimiglia, about 130 miles, and he was well up on his estimated driving time of 2 hours. There was a slight hold-up among the truck traffic of Genoa as it headed for the docks just after 7 o'clock, but before 7:15 he was away on the A10 to San Remo and the border. The daily traffic was already thick when he arrived at 7:50 at the sleepiest of France's frontier points, and the heat was rising. After a 30-minute wait in the queue, he was beckoned up to the parking ramp for customs examination. The policeman who took his passport examined it carefully, muttered a brief "Un moment, monsieur," and disappeared inside the customs shed. He emerged a few minutes later with a man in civilian clothes who held the passport. "Bonjour, monsieur." "Bonjour. This is your passport?" "Yes." There was another searching examination of the passport. "What is the purpose of your visit to France?" "Tourism. I have never seen the Côte d'Azur." "I see. The car is yours?" "No, it's a hired car. I had business in Italy, and it has unexpectedly occasioned a week with nothing to do before returning to Milan, so I hired a car to do a little touring." "I see. You have the papers for the car?" The Jackal extended the international driving licence, the contract of hire, and the 2 insurance certificates. The plainclothes man examined both. "You have luggage, monsieur?" "Yes, 3 pieces in the trunk and a hand grip." "Please bring them all into the customs hall." He walked away. The policeman helped the Jackal offload the 3 suitcases and the hand grip, and together they carried them to customs. Before leaving Milan, he had taken the old greatcoat, scruffy trousers and shoes of André Martin, the non-existent Frenchman whose papers were sewn into the lining of the 3rd suitcase, and rolled them into a ball at the back of the trunk. The clothes from the other 2 suitcases had been divided between the 3. The medals were in his pocket. 2 customs officers examined each case. While they were doing so, he filled in the standard form for tourists entering France. Nothing in the cases excited any attention. There was a brief moment of anxiety as the customs men picked up the jars containing the hair-tinting dyes. He had taken the precaution of emptying them into aftershave flasks, previously emptied. At that time, aftershave lotion was not in vogue in France. It was too new on the market and mainly confined to America. He saw the 2 customs men exchange glances, but they replaced the flasks in the hand grip. Out of the corner of his eye he could see through the windows another man examining the trunk and engine hood of the Alpha. Fortunately, he did not look underneath. He unrolled the greatcoat and trousers in the trunk and looked at them with distaste, but presumed the coat was for covering the hood on winter nights, and the old clothes were a contingency in case repairs had to be done on the car along the road. He replaced the clothes and closed the trunk. As the Jackal finished filling in his form, the 2 customs men inside the shed closed the cases and nodded to the plainclothes man. He in turn took the empty card, examined it, checked it again with the passport, and handed the passport back. "Merci, monsieur. Bon voyage." 10 minutes later, the Alpha was booming into the eastern outskirts of Menton. After a relaxed breakfast at a cafe overlooking the old port and yacht basin, the Jackal headed along the Corniche Littorale for Monaco, Nice, and Cannes. In his London office, Superintendent Thomas stirred a cup of thick black coffee and ran a hand over his stubbled chin. Across the room, the 2 inspectors, saddled with the task of finding the whereabouts of Calthrop, faced their chief. The 3 were waiting for the arrival of 6 extra men, all sergeants of the special branch released from their routine duties as the result of a string of telephone calls Thomas had been making over the previous hour. Shortly after 9 o'clock, as they reported to their offices and learned of their redeployment to Thomas's force, the men started to trickle in. When the last had arrived, he briefed them. "All right. We're looking for a man. There's no need for me to tell you why we want him. It's not important that you should know. What is important is that we get him, and get him fast. Now we know, or think we know, that he's abroad at this moment. We are pretty certain he's travelling under a false passport. Here." He passed out among them a set of photographs, blown-up copies of the portrait photo of Calthrop's passport application form. "Is what he looks like. The chances are he will have disguised himself, and therefore not necessarily respond to that description. What you are going to have to do is go down to the passport office and get me a complete list of every application for a passport made recently. Start by covering the last 100 days. If that yields nothing, Go back another 100 days. It's going to be a hard grind." He continued by giving a rough description of the most common way of getting a false passport, which was, in fact, the method the Jackal had used. "The important thing is," he concluded, "not to be content with the birth certificates. Check the death certificates. So after you've got the list from Passport Office, take the whole operation down to Somerset House. Get settled in, divide the list of names among yourselves, and get to work among those death certificates. If you can find one application for a passport submitted by a man who isn't alive any longer, the impostor will probably be our man. Off you go." The 8 men filed out, while Thomas got onto the Passport Office by phone, then the Registry of Births, Marriages and Deaths at Somerset House, to ensure that his team would get the fullest cooperation. It was 2 hours later, as he was shaving on a borrowed electric razor plugged into his desk lamp, that the senior of the 2 inspectors, who was the leader of the team, phoned back. There were, he said, 841 applications for new passports submitted in the previous 100 days. It was the summer, he explained. Holiday time. There were always more in holiday time. Bryn Thomas hung up and snuffled into his handkerchief. "Damn summer," he said. Just after 11 that morning, the Jackal rolled into the centre of Cannes. As usual, when he wanted something done, he looked for one of the best hotels, and after a few minutes cruising, swept into the forecourt of the Majestic. Running a comb through his hair, he strode into the foyer. Being in the middle of the morning, most of the guests were out, and the hall was not busy. His elegant light suit and confident manner picked him out as an English gentleman, and raised no eyebrows when he asked a bellhop where the telephone booths were. The lady behind the counter that separated the switchboard from the entry to the cloakroom looked up as he approached. "Please get me Paris, Molitor 5901, he asked. A few minutes later, she gestured him to a booth beside the switchboard, and watched him close the soundproof door behind him. "Hello? Ici Jackal." "Hello, ici Valmy. Thank God you've called. We've been trying to get hold of you for 2 days." Anyone looking through the glass panel of the booth's door would have seen the Englishman inside stiffen and frown at the mouthpiece. For most of the 10-minute conversation he remained silent, listening. Occasionally his lips moved as he asked a short, terse question. But nobody was looking. The switchboard operator was busy in a romantic novel. The next thing she saw was the guest towering over her, the dark glasses staring down. From the meter on the switchboard she read off the charge for the call, and was paid. The Jackal took a pot of coffee on the terrace looking over the Croisette and the glittering sea where brown bathers romped and screamed. Deep in thought, he drew heavily on a cigarette. The bit about Kowalski he could follow. He remembered the hulking Pole from the hotel in Vienna. What he could not follow was how the bodyguard outside the door had known his code name, or what he'd been hired to do. Perhaps the French police had worked that out for themselves. Perhaps Kowalski had sensed what he was, for he had also been a killer, but oafish and clumsy. The Jackal took stock. Valmy had advised him to quit and go home, but had admitted he had no direct authority from Rodin to cancel the operation. What had happened confirmed the Jackal's intense suspicions of the security slackness of the OAS. But he knew something that they did not, something that the French police could not know. It was that he was travelling under an assumed name, with a legitimate passport in that name, and 3 separate sets of false papers, including 2 foreign passports, and disguises to match up his sleeve. Just what did the French police, this man Valmy had mentioned, Commissaire Lebel, have to go on? A rough description. Tall, blonde, foreign. There must be thousands of such men staying in France in August. They could not arrest every one. The second advantage he had was that the French police were hunting for a man carrying the passport of Charles Calthrop. Then let them, and good luck. He was Alexander Duggan, and could prove it. From here on, with Kowalski dead, nobody, not even Rodin and his henchmen, knew who he was or where. He was on his own at last, and that was the way he had always wanted it to be. Nevertheless, the dangers had increased, there was no doubt of it. With the idea of an assassination once revealed, he would be attacking a fortress of security that was on its guard. The question was, could his plan for carrying out the killing beat the security screen? On balance, he was confident that it could. The question still remained, and it had to be answered. To go back, or to go on? To go back would be to enter into dispute with Rodin and his bunch of thugs over the ownership of the $250,000 presently in his account in Zurich. If he refused to hand the bulk of it back, they would not hesitate to track him down, torture him for the signed paper that would release the money from the account, then kill him. To stay ahead of them would cost money, a lot of it, probably the full extent of the money he possessed. To go on would mean further dangers until the job was over. It would become even harder to pull back at the last minute as the day approached. The bill came. He glanced at it and winced. God, the prices these people charged. To live this kind of life, a man needed to be rich, to have dollars and even more dollars. He looked out at the jewelled sea and the lithe brown girls walking along the beach, the hissing Cadillacs and snarling Jaguars that crept along the Croisette, their bronzed young drivers keeping half an eye on the road and the other flicking across the pavements for a likely pickup. This was what he had wanted for a long time, from the days when he had pressed his nose to the travel agents' windows and gazed at the posters showing another life, another world, far from the drudgery of the commuter train and the forms in triplicate, the paper slips and tepid tea. Over the past 3 years, he had almost made it. A glimpse here, a touch there. He had got used to good clothes, expensive meals, a smart flat, a sports car, elegant women. To go back meant to give it up. The Jackal paid the bill and left a large tip. He climbed into the Alpha and headed away from the Majestic and into the heart of France. Commissaire Lebel was sitting at his desk, feeling as though he had never slept in his life, and probably never would again. In the corner, Lucien Caron snored loudly on the camp bed, having been up all night masterminding the search through the records for Charles Calthrop somewhere on the face of France. Lebel had taken over at dawn. In front of him now was a pile of reports from the various agencies whose task it was to keep check on the presence and whereabouts of foreigners in France. Each one bore the same message. No man of that name had crossed any border point legally since the start of the year. The farthest back the checks had extended. No hotel in the country, either in the provinces or Paris, had taken in a guest of that name, at least not under that name. He was not on any list of undesirable aliens, nor had he ever come to the notice of the French authorities in any way. As each report came in, Lebel wearily told the informant to go on checking further and further back until any visit Calthrop had ever paid to France could be traced. From that, possibly, could be established whether he had a habitual place of residence, a friend's house, a favourite hotel, where he might even now be masquerading under an assumed name. Superintendent Thomas's call of that morning had come as yet another blow to hopes of an early capture of the elusive killer. Once again the phrase, "back to square one," had been used, but fortunately this time it was only between Caron and himself. The members of the Evening Council had not yet been informed that the Calthrop lead was probably going to prove abortive. This was something he was going to have to tell them that evening at 10 o'clock. If he could not produce an alternative name to Calthrop, he could imagine once again the scorn of St. Clair and the silent reproach of the rest. Two things only could comfort him. One was that at least they now had a description of Calthrop, and a photograph of his head and shoulders, full-faced to the camera. He had probably changed his appearance considerably if he had taken a false passport, but still it was better than nothing. The other thing was that no one else on the council could think of anything better to do than what he was doing, checking everything. Caron had put forward the idea that perhaps the British police had surprised Calthrop while he was away from his flat on an errand in the town, that he had no alternative passport, that he had gone to ground and cried off on the whole operation. Lebel had sighed. "That would indeed be lucky," he told his adjutant, "but don't count on it." The British Special Branch reported that all his washing things and shaving gear were missing from the bathroom, and that he had mentioned to a neighbour that he was going away touring and fishing. If Calthrop left his passport behind, it was because he no longer needed it. Don't count on this man making too many errors. I'm beginning to get a feeling about the Jackal. The man the police of two countries were now searching for had decided to avoid the agonizing congestion of the Grande Corniche on its murderous way from Caen to Marseille, and to stay away from the southern part of the RN7 when it turned north out of Marseille for Paris. Both roads in August he knew to be a refined form of hell on earth. Safe in his assumed and documented name of Duggan, he decided to drive leisurely up from the coast through the Alpes-Maritimes, where the air was cooler in the altitude, and on through the rolling hills of Burgundy. He was in no particular hurry, for the day he had set for his kill was not yet on him, and he knew he had arrived in France slightly ahead of schedule. From Caen he headed due north, taking the RN85 through the picturesque perfume town of Grasse and on towards Castellane, where the turbulent Verdon River, tamed by the high dam a few miles upstream, flowed more obediently down from Savoy to join the Durance at Cadarache. From here he pushed on to Barème and the little spa town of Digne. The blazing heat of the Promotion plain had fallen away behind him, and the air of the hills was sweet and cool even in the heat. When he stopped he could feel the sun blazing down, but when motoring the wind was like a cooling shower and smelled of the pines and wood smoke from the farms. After Digne he crossed the Durance and ate lunch in a small but pretty hostelry looking down into the waters. In another 100 miles the Durance would become a grey and slimy snake-hissing shallow amid the sun-bleached shingle of its bed at Cavaillon and the Plain d'Orgon. But here in the hills it was still a river, the way a river should look, a cool river teeming with fish, shaded along its banks with grass growing all the greener for its presence. In the afternoon he followed the long northward curving run of the RN85 through Sisteron, still following the Durance upstream on its left bank until the road forked and the RN85 headed towards the north. As dusk was falling, he entered the little town of Gap. He could have gone on towards Grenoble, but decided that as there was no hurry, and more chance of finding rooms in August in a small town, he should look around for a country-style hotel. Just out of town he found the brightly gabled Hôtel de Cerf, formerly a hunting lodge of one of the Dukes of Savoy, and still retaining an air of rustic comfort and good food. There were several rooms still vacant. He had a leisurely bath, a break with his usual habit of showering, and dressed in his dove-grey suit with a silk shirt and knitted tie, while the room-maid, after receiving several winning smiles, had blushfully agreed to sponge and press the check suit he had worn all day, so that he could have it back by morning. The evening meal was taken in a panelled room overlooking a sweep of the wooded hillside, loud with the chatter of cicadas among the pinèdes. The air was warm, and it was only halfway through the meal when a woman diner, who wore a sleeveless dress en décolleté, commented to the maître d'hôtel that a chill had entered the air, that the windows were closed. The Jackal turned round when he was asked if he objected to the window next to which he sat being closed, and glanced at the woman indicated by the maître as a person who had asked that they be shut. She was dining alone, a handsome woman in her late 30s, with soft white arms and a deep bosom. The Jackal nodded to the maître to close the windows, and gave a slight inclination of the head to the woman behind him. She answered with a cool smile. The meal was magnificent. He chose speckled river trout grilled on a wood fire, and tornadoes broiled over charcoal with fennel and thyme. The wine was a local Côte du Rhône, full, rich, and in a bottle with no label. It had evidently come from the barrel in the cellar, the proprietor's personal choice for his vin de la maison. Most of the diners were having it, and with reason. As he finished his sorbet, he heard the low and authoritative voice of the woman behind him, telling the maître that she would take her coffee in the residence lounge, and the man bowed and addressed her as Madame la Baronne. A few minutes later, the Jackal had also ordered his coffee in the lounge, and headed that way. The call from Somerset House came for Superintendent Thomas at 10:15. He was sitting by the open window of the office, staring down into the now silent street, where no restaurants beckoned late diners and drivers into the area. The offices between Millbank and Smith Square were silent hulks, lightless, blind, uncaring. Only in the anonymous block that housed the offices of the Special Branch did the lights burn late as always. A mile away, in the bustling Strand, the lights were also burning late in the section of Somerset House that housed the death certificates of millions of Britain's deceased citizens. Here Thomas's team of 6 detective sergeants and 2 inspectors were hunched over their piles of paperwork, rising every few minutes to accompany one of the staff clerks, kept back at work long after the others had gone home, down the rows of gleaming files to check on yet another name. It was the senior inspector in charge of the team who rang. His voice was tired, but with a touch of optimism, a man hoping that what he had to say would get them all released from the grind of checking hundreds of death certificates that did not exist because the passport holders were not dead. "Alexander James Quinton Duggan," he announced briefly, after Thomas had answered. "What about him?" said Thomas. "Born April 3rd, 1929, in Sambourne, Fishley, in the parish of St. Mark's. Applied for a passport in the normal way, on the normal form, on July 14th this year. Passport issued the following day and mailed July 17th to the address on the application form. It'll probably turn out to be an accommodation address." "Why?" asked Thomas. He disliked being kept waiting. "Because Alexander James Quinton Duggan was killed in a road accident in his home village at the age of 2.5 on November the 8th, 1931. Thomas thought for a moment. "How many more of the passports issued in the last 100 days remain to be checked?" he asked. "About 300 to go," said the voice on the phone. "Leave the others to continue checking the remainder, just in case there's another phony among the bunch," instructed Thomas. "Hand over the team leadership to the other fellow. I want you to check out that address to which the passport was sent. Report back to me by phone the moment you've found it. If it's an occupied premises, interview the householder. Bring me back the full details on the phony Duggan and the file copy of the photograph he submitted with the application form. I want to have a look at this lad Calthrop in his new disguise." It was just before 11 that the senior inspector phoned back in. The address in question was a small tobacconist and newsagent shop in Paddington, the kind that had a window full of cards advertising the addresses of prostitutes. The owner, living above the shop, had been roused and had agreed he took in mail for customers who had no fixed address. He made a charge for his services. He couldn't remember a regular customer named Duggan, but it could have been that Duggan only called twice, once to arrange for his mail to be received there, the second time to pick up the one envelope that he was waiting for. The inspector had showed the newsagent a photograph of Calthrop, but the man couldn't recognize him. He also showed him the photograph of Duggan on the application form, and the man said he thought he remembered the second man, but could not be sure. He felt the man might have worn dark glasses. Many of those who came into his shop to buy the erotic magazines displayed behind the counter wore dark glasses. "Bring him in," ordered Thomas, "and get back here yourself." Then he picked up the phone and asked for Paris. A second time the call came halfway through the evening conference. Commissaire Lebel had explained that beyond a doubt Calthrop was not inside France under his own name, unless he had smuggled himself into the country in a fishing boat or across one of the land borders at an isolated spot. He personally did not think a professional would do that, because at any subsequent spot check by the police he could be caught for not having his papers in order, that is, having no entry stamp on his passport. Nor had any Charles Calthrop checked into any French hotel in his own name. These facts were corroborated by the head of the Central Records Office, the head of the DST, and the Prefect of Police of Paris, so they were not disputed. The two alternatives, argued Lebel, were that the man had not made any provisions for obtaining a false passport, and had thought he was unsuspected. In that case, the police raid on his flat in London must have caught him short. He explained that he did not believe this because Superintendent Thomas's men had found gaps in the wardrobe and half-empty clothes drawers, and absence of washing accoutrements and shaving tackle, indicating that the man had left his London flat for a planned absence elsewhere. This was borne out by a neighbour who reported Calthrop as having said he was going touring by car in Scotland. Neither the British nor the French police had any reason to believe this was true. The second alternative was that Calthrop had acquired a false passport, and this man was what the British police were presently searching for. In that event, he might either still be not in France, but at some other place, completing his preparations, or he might already have entered France, unsuspected. It was at this point that several of the conference members exploded. "You mean he might be here, in France, even in the centre of Paris?" expostulated Alexandra Sanguinetti. "The point is," explained Lebel, "that he has got his timetable, and only he knows it. We've been investigating for 72 hours. We have no way of knowing at which point in the man's timetable we have intervened. The one thing we can be sure of is that apart from knowing we are aware of the existence of a plot to assassinate the President, the killer cannot know what progress we have made. Therefore we stand a reasonable chance of apprehending an unsuspecting man as soon as we have him identified under his new name and located under that name." But the meeting refused to be mollified. The thought that the killer might even then be within a mile of them, and that in that man's timetable the attempt on the life of the President might be for tomorrow, caused each of them acute anxiety. "It could be, of course," mused Colonel Roland, "that having learned from Rodin through the unknown agent Valmy that the plan was exposed in principle, that Calthrop then left his flat to dispose of the evidence of his preparations. His gun and ammunition, for example, could even now be tipped into a lake in Scotland, so that he can present himself to his own police on his return as clean as a whistle. In that event, it would be very difficult to bring charges." The meeting thought over Roland's suggestion with increasing signs of agreement. "Then tell us, Colonel," said the minister, "if you had been hired for this job, and had learned that the plot was exposed, even if your own identity was still a secret, is that what you would do?" "Certainly, Monsieur le Ministre," replied Roland. "If I were an experienced assassin, I would realize that I must be on some file somewhere, and with the plot exposed, it could only be a matter of time before I received a visit from the police and a search of my premises. So I would want to get rid of the evidence, and what better place than an isolated Scottish lake?" The round of smiles that greeted him from the table indicated how much those assembled approved of his speculation. "However, that does not mean that we should just let him go. I still think we should take care of this Monsieur Calthrop." The smiles vanished. There was silence for several seconds. "I do not follow you, mon colonel," said General Guibault. "Simply this," explained Roland. "Our orders were to locate and destroy this man. He may have dismantled his plot for the moment, but he may not have destroyed his equipment, but merely hidden it, in order to pass the scrutiny of the British police. After that he could simply take up again where he left off, but with a new set of preparations even more difficult to penetrate." "But surely, when the British police locate him, if he's still in Britain, they will detain him?" someone asked. "Not necessarily. Indeed, I doubt it. They will probably have no proof, only suspicions, and our friends the English are notoriously sensitive about what they're pleased to call civil liberties. I suspect they may find him, interview him, and then let him go for lack of evidence." "Of course the Colonel is right," interjected St. Clair. "The British police have stumbled on this man by a fluke. They're incredibly foolish about things like leaving a dangerous man at liberty. Colonel Roland's section should be authorized to render this man Calthrop harmless once and for all." The minister noticed that Commissaire Lebel had remained silent and unsmiling throughout the interchange. "Well, Commissaire, and what do you think? Do you agree with Colonel Roland that Calthrop is even now dismantling and hiding or destroying his preparations and equipment?" Lebel glanced up at the 2 rows of expectant faces on each side of him. "I hope," he said quietly, "that the Colonel is right, but I fear he may not be." "Why?" The minister's question cut like a knife. "Because," explained Lebel mildly, "his theory, although logical, if indeed Calthrop has decided to call off the operation, is based on the theory that he has indeed made that decision. Supposing he has not. Supposing he has either not received Rodin's message, or received it but decided to press ahead nevertheless. There was a buzz of deprecatory consternation. Only Roland did not join in. He gazed contemplatively down the table at Lebel. What he was thinking was that Lebel was a far better brain than anyone present seemed to prepared to give him credit for. Lebel's ideas, he recognized, could well be as realistic as his own. It was at this point that the call came through for Lebel. This time he was gone for over 20 minutes. When he came back, he spoke to a completely silent assembly for a further 10 minutes. "What do we do now?" asked the minister when he had finished. In his quiet way, without seeming to hurry, Lebel issued his orders like a general deploying his troops, and none of the men in the room, all senior to him in rank, disputed a word. "So there we are," he concluded. "We will all conduct a quiet and discreet nationwide search for Duggan in his new appearance, while the British police search the records of airline ticket offices, cross-channel ferries, and so forth. If they locate him first, they pick him up if he's on British soil, or inform us if he has left it. If we locate him inside France, we arrest him. If he is located in a third country, we can either wait for him to enter unsuspectingly and pick him up at the border, or take another course of action. At that moment, however, I think my task of finding him will have been achieved. However, until that moment, gentlemen, I would be grateful if you would agree to do this my way." The effrontery was so bold, the assurance so complete, that nobody could say a thing. They just nodded. Even Saint-Clair de Villeurbanne was silent. It was not until he was at home shortly after midnight that he found an audience to listen to his torrent of outrage at the thought of this ridiculous little bourgeois policeman having been right, while the top experts of the land had been wrong. His mistress listened to him with sympathy and understanding, massaging the back of his neck as he lay face down on their bed. It was not until just before dawn, when he was sound asleep, that she could slip away to the hall and make a brief phone call. Superintendent Thomas looked down at the 2 separate application forms for passports, and 2 photographs spread out on the blotter in the pool of light thrown by the reading lamp. "Let's run through it again," he ordered the senior inspector seated beside him. "Ready?" "Sir." "Calthrop. Height, 5 feet 11 inches. Check." "Sir." "Duggan. Height, 6 feet. A thickened heel, sir. You can raise your height up 2.5 inches with special shoes. A lot of short people in show business do it for vanity. Besides, at a passport counter, no one looks at your feet." "All right," agreed Thomas. "Thick-heeled shoes. Calthrop, colour of hair, brown. That doesn't mean much. It could vary from pale brown to chestnut brown. He looks to me here as if he had dark brown hair. Duggan also says brown, but he looks like a pale blonde." "That's true, sir, but hair habitually looks darker in photographs. It depends on the light, where it's placed, and so forth. And then again, he could have tinted it paler to become Duggan." "All right, I'll wear that. Calthrop, colour of eyes, brown. Duggan, colour of eyes, grey. Contact lenses, sir. It's a simple thing." "OK. Calthrop's age is 37. Duggan's is 34 last April." "He had to become 34, explained the inspector, "because the real Duggan, the little boy who died at 2.5, was born in April 1929. That couldn't be changed. But nobody would query a man who happened to be 37 but whose passport said he was 34. One would believe the passport." Thomas looked at the 2 photographs. Calthrop looked heftier, fuller in the face, a more sturdily built man. But to become Duggan, he could have changed his appearance. Indeed, he had probably changed it even for his first meeting with the OAS chiefs, and remained with changed appearance ever since, including the period when he applied for the false passport. Men like this evidently had to be able to live in a second identity for months at a time, if they were able to escape identification. It was probably by being this shrewd and painstaking that Calthrop had managed to stay off every police file in the world. If it had not been for that bar rumour in the Caribbean, they would never have got him at all. But from now on, he had become Duggan. Dyed hair, tinted contact lenses, slimmed-down figure, raised heels. It was the description of Duggan, with passport number and photograph, that he sent down to the telex room to be transmitted to Paris. Labelle, he estimated, glancing at his watch, should have them all by 2 in the morning. "After that, it's up to them," suggested the inspector. "Oh, no, boyo. After that, there's a lot more work to be done," said Thomas maliciously. "First thing in the morning, we start checking the airline ticket offices, the cross-channel ferries, the continental train ticket offices, the whole lot. We have to find out not only who he is now, but where he is now." At that moment, a call came through from Somerset House. The last of the passport applications had been checked, and all were in order. "OK, thank the clerks, and stand down. 8:30 sharp in my office, the lot of you," said Thomas. A sergeant entered with a copy of the statement of the newsagent, who had been taken to his local police station and interviewed there. Thomas glanced at the sworn statement, which said little more than he had told the special branch inspector on his own doorstep. "There's nothing we can hold him on," said Thomas. "Tell them at Paddington, Nick, they can let him go back to his bed and his dirty photos, will you?" The sergeant said, "Sir," and left. Thomas settled back in the armchair to try and get some sleep. While he had been talking, it had quietly become August the 15th. Chapter 16. Madame la Baronne de la Chalonnière paused at the door of her room and turned towards the young Englishman who had escorted her there. In the half-darkness of the corridor, she could not make out the details of his face. It was just a blur in that gloom. It had been a pleasant evening, and she was still undecided whether she would or would not insist that it end at her doorway. The question had been at the back of her mind for the past hour. On the one hand, although she had taken lovers before, she was a respectable married woman staying for a single night in a provincial hotel, and not in the habit of permitting herself to be seduced by total strangers. On the other hand, she was at her most vulnerable, and was candid enough to admit it to herself. She had spent the day at the Military Cadet Academy at Barcelonnette, high in the Alps, attending the passing-out parade of her son as a newly breveted second lieutenant in the Chasseurs Alpins, his father's old regiment. Although she had undoubtedly been the most attractive mother at the parade, the sight of her son receiving his officer's bars and commissioned into the French army had brought home to her with something of a shock the full realization that she was a few months short of 40, and the mother of a grown son. Although she could pass for 5 years younger, and sometimes felt 10 years less than her age, the knowledge that her son was 20, and probably screwing women by now, no more to come home for the school holidays and go shooting in the forests around the family chateau, had caused her to wonder what she was going to do now. She had accepted the laborious gallantry of the creaking old colonel, who was the academy commandant, and the admiring glances of the pink-cheeked classmates of her own boy, and had felt suddenly very lonely. Her marriage, she had known for years, was finished in all but name, for the Baron was too busy chasing the teenage dollies of Paris between the Bibloquet and Castells to come down to the chateau for the summer, or even to turn up at his son's commissioning. It had occurred to her, as she drove the family sedan back from the high Alps to stay overnight at a country hotel outside Gap, that she was handsome, female, and alone. Nothing now seemed to lie in prospect but the attentions of elderly gallants like the colonel at the academy, or frivolous and unsatisfying flirtations with boys, and she was damned if she was going to devote herself to charitable works. Not yet, at any rate. But Paris was an embarrassment and a humiliation, with Alfred constantly chasing his teenagers, and half of society laughing at him, and the other half laughing at her. She had been wondering about the future over coffee in the lounge, and feeling an urge to be told she was a woman, and a beautiful one, and not simply Madame la Baronne, when the Englishman had walked across and asked if, as they were alone in the residence salon, he might take his coffee with her. She had been caught unawares, and too surprised to say no. She could have kicked herself a few seconds later, but after 10 minutes she did not regret accepting his offer. He was, after all, between 33 and 35, or so she estimated, and that was the best age for a man. Although he was English, he spoke fluent and rapid French. He was reasonably good-looking and could be amusing. She had enjoyed the deft compliments and had even encouraged him to pay them, so that it was close to midnight when she rose, explaining that she had to make an early start the following morning. He had escorted her up the stairs, and at the landing window had pointed outside at the wooded hill slopes bathed in bright moonlight. They had stayed for a few moments, looking at the sleeping countryside, until she had glanced at him and seen that his eyes were not on the window, but on the deep divide between her breasts, where the moonlight turned the skin to alabaster white. He had smiled when detected, and leaned to her ear and murmured, "Moonlight turns even the most civilized man into a primitive." She had turned and walked on up the stairs, feigning annoyance, but inside her the unabashed admiration of the stranger caused a flutter of pleasure. "It has been a most pleasant evening, monsieur." She had her hand on the handle of the door, and wondered vaguely whether the man would try to kiss her. In a way, she hoped he would. Despite the triteness of the words, she could feel the hunger beginning in her belly. Perhaps it was just the wine or the fiery calvados he had ordered with the coffee, or the scene in the moonlight. But she was aware that this was not how she had foreseen the evening ending. She felt the stranger's arms slip round her back, without a word of warning, and his lips come down onto hers. They were warm and firm. "This must stop," said a voice inside her. A second later, she had responded to the kiss, mouth closed. The wine made her head swim. It must have been the effect of the wine. She felt the arms round her tighten perceptibly, and they were hard and strong. Her thigh was pressed against him below the belly, and through the satin of her dress she felt the rigid arrogance of his prick. For a second she withdrew her leg, then pushed it back again. There was no conscious moment of decision-taking. The realization came without effort that she wanted him, badly, between her thighs, inside her belly, all night. She felt the door behind her open inwards, broke the embrace, and stepped backwards into her room. "Viens, primitif." He stepped into the room and closed the door. Throughout the night, every archive in the Pantheon was checked again, this time for the name of Duggan, and with more success. A card was unearthed showing that Alexander James Quinton Duggan entered France on the Brabant Express from Brussels on July the 22nd. An hour later, another report from the same frontier post, the customs unit that regularly travels on the express trains from Brussels to Paris and back, doing its task while the train is in motion, was found with Duggan's name among those passengers on the Étoile du Nord Express from Paris to Brussels on July the 31st. From the Prefecture of Police came a hotel card, filled out in the name of Duggan, and quoting a passport number that matched the one Duggan was carrying, as contained in the information from London, showing that he had stayed in a small hotel near the Place de la Madeleine between July the 22nd and 30th, inclusive. Inspector Caron was all for raiding the hotel, but Lebel preferred to pay a quiet visit in the small hours of the morning and had a chat with the proprietor. He was satisfied the man he sought was not at the hotel by August the 15th, and the proprietor was grateful for the commissaire's discretion in not waking all his guests. Lebel ordered a plainclothes detective to check into the hotel as a guest until further notice, and to stay there without moving outside, in case Duggan turned up again. The proprietor was happy to cooperate. "This July visit," Lebel told Caron when he was back in his office at 4:30, "was a reconnaissance trip. Whatever he has got planned, it's all laid on." Then he lay back in his chair, gazed at the ceiling, and thought. Why did he stay in a hotel? Why not in the house of one of the OAS sympathizers, like all the other OAS agents on the run? Because he does not trust the OAS sympathizers to keep their mouths shut. He's quite right. So, he works alone, trusting nobody, plotting and planning his own operation in his own way, using a false passport, probably behaving normally, politely, without raising any suspicion. The proprietor of the hotel whom he just interviewed confirmed this. A real gentleman, he had said. A real gentleman, thought Lebel, and dangerous as a snake. They are always the worst kind for a policeman, the real gentleman. Nobody ever suspected them. He glanced at the 2 photographs that had come in from London, of Calthrop and Duggan. Calthrop became Duggan with a change of height, hair and eyes, age and probably manner. He tried to build up a mental image of the man. What would he be like to meet? Confident, arrogant, assured of his immunity, dangerous, devious, meticulous, leaving nothing to chance. Armed, of course. But with what? An automatic under the left armpit? A throwing knife lashed against the ribs? A rifle? But where would he put it when he went through customs? How would he get near to General de Gaulle carrying such a thing when even women's handbags were suspect within 20 yards of the President, and men with long packages were hustled away without ceremony from anywhere near a public appearance by the President? Mon Dieu! And that colonel from the Elysée thinks he's just another thug. Lebel was aware he had one advantage. He knew the killer's new name, and the killer did not know that he knew. That was his only ace. Apart from that, it all lay with the Jackal, and nobody at the evening conference could or would realize it. If he ever gets wind of what you know before you catch him, and changes his identity again, Claude, my boy, he thought, you're going to be up against it in a big way. Aloud, he said, really up against it. Caron looked up. You're right, Chief. He hasn't a chance. Lebel was short-tempered with him, which was unusual. The lack of sleep must be beginning to tell. The finger of light from the waning moon beyond the window-panes withdrew slowly across the rumpled coverlet and back towards the casement. It picked out the discarded satin dress between the door and the foot of the bed, the discarded brassiere and limp nylon scattered on the carpet. The 2 figures on the bed were muffled in shadow. Colette lay on her back and gazed up at the ceiling, the fingers of one hand running idly through the blonde hair of the head pillowed on her belly. Her lips parted in a half-smile as she thought back over the night. He had been good, this English primitive. Hard but skilled, knowing how to use fingers and tongue and prick to bring her on 5 times, and himself 3. She could still feel the blazing heat going into her when he came, and she knew how badly she had needed a night like this for so long when she responded as she had not for years. She glanced at the small travelling clock beside the bed. It said 5:15. She tightened her grip in the blonde hair and pulled. "Hey!" The Englishman muttered, half asleep. They were both lying naked among the disordered sheets, but the central heating kept the room comfortably warm. The blonde head disengaged itself from her hand and slid between her thighs. She could feel the tickle of the hot breath and the tongue flickering in search again. No, no more. She closed her thighs quickly, sat up and grabbed the hair, raising his face until she could look at him. He eased himself up the bed, plunged his face onto one of her full, heavy breasts, and started to kiss. "I said no." He looked up at her. "That's enough, lover. I have to get up in 2 hours, and you have to go back to your room. Now, my little English. Now." He got the message and nodded, swinging off the bed to stand on the floor, looking round for his clothes. She slid under the bedclothes, sorted them out from the mess around her knees, and pulled them up to the chin. When he was dressed, with jacket and tie slung over one arm, he looked down at her in the half-darkness, and she saw the gleam of teeth as he grinned. He sat on the edge of the bed and ran his right hand round to the back of her neck. Her face was a few inches from hers. "It was good." It was very good. And you?" He grinned again. "What do you think?" She laughed. "What is your name?" He thought for a moment. "Alex," he lied. "Well, Alex, it was very good, but it's also time you went back to your own room." He bent down and gave her a kiss on the lips. "In that case, good night, Colette." A second later he was gone, and the door closed behind him. At 7 in the morning, as the sun was rising, a local gendarme cycled up to the Hôtel de Cerf, dismounted and entered the lobby. The proprietor, who was already up and busy behind the reception desk, organising the morning calls and café complet for the guests in their rooms, greeted him. "Hello, bright and early." "As usual," said the gendarme. "It's a long ride out here on a bicycle, and I always leave you till the last." "Don't tell me," the proprietor grinned. "We do the best breakfast coffee in the neighbourhood. Marie-Louise, bring monsieur a cup of coffee, and no doubt he'll take it laced with a little Trou Normand." The country constable grinned with pleasure. "Here are the cards," said the proprietor, handing over the little white cards filled in the previous evening by the newly arrived guests. "There were only 3 new ones last night." The constable took the cards and put them in the leather pouch on his belt. "Hardly worth turning up for," he grinned, but sat on the foyer bench and waited for his coffee and Calvados, exchanging a few words of lustful banter with Marie-Louise when she brought it. It was not until 8 that he got back to the gendarmerie and the commissariat of Gap with his pouch full of hotel registration cards. These were then taken by the station inspector, who flicked through them idly and put them in the rack, to be taken later in the day to the regional headquarters at Lyon, and later to the archives of Central Records in Paris. Not that he could see the point of it all. As the inspector was dropping the cards into the rack in the commissariat, Madame Colette de la Chalonnière settled her bill, climbed behind the wheel of her car, and drove off towards the west. 1 floor above, the Jackal slept on until 9 o'clock. Superintendent Thomas had dozed off when the phone beside him gave a shrill buzz. It was the intercom phone linking his office with the rooms down the corridor, where the 6 sergeants and 2 inspectors had been working on a battery of telephones since his briefing had ended. He glanced at his watch. 10 o'clock. Damn, not like me to drop off. Then he remembered how many hours of sleep he'd had, or rather had not had, since Dixon had summoned him on Monday afternoon. And now it was Thursday morning. The phone buzzed again. "Hello?" The voice of the senior detective inspector answered. "Friend Duggan," he began without preliminary. "He left London on a scheduled BEA flight on Monday morning. The booking was taken on Saturday. No doubt about the name. Alexander Duggan. Paid cash at the airport for the ticket." "Where to? Paris?" "No, super. Brussels." Thomas's head cleared quickly. "All right. Listen. He may have gone, but come back. Keep checking airline bookings to see if there have been any other bookings in his name, particularly if there is a booking for a flight that has not yet left London. Check with advance bookings. If he came back from Brussels, I want to know, but I doubt it. I think we've lost him, although, of course, he left London several hours before investigations were started, so it's not our fault, okay?" "Right. What about the search in the UK for the real Calthrop? It's tying up a lot of the provincial police, and the Yard's just been on to say they're complaining." Thomas thought for a moment. "Call it off," he said. "I'm pretty certain he's gone." He picked up the outside phone and asked for the office of Commissaire Lebel at the Police Judiciaire. Inspector Carroll thought he was going to end up in a lunatic asylum before Thursday morning was out. First, the British were on the phone at 10:05. He took the call himself, but when Superintendent Thomas insisted on speaking to Lebel, he went over to the corner to rouse the sleeping form on the camp bed. Lebel looked as if he had died a week before, but he took the call. As soon as he had identified himself to Thomas, Carroll had to take the receiver back because of the language barrier. He translated what Thomas had to say, and Lebel's replies. "Tell him," said Lebel when he had digested the information, "that we will handle the Belgians from here. Say that he has my very sincere thanks for his help, and that if the killer can be traced to a location on the continent rather than in Britain, I will inform him immediately so that he can call his men off." When the receiver was down, both men settled back at their desks. "Get me the Sûreté in Brussels," said Lebel.
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
The Jackal rose when the sun was already high over the hills and gave promise of another beautiful summer day. He showered and dressed, taking his check suit, well pressed, from the hands of the maid Marie-Louise, who blushed again when he thanked her. Shortly after 10:30, he drove the Alpha down into town and went to the post office to use the long-distance telephone to Paris. When he emerged 20 minutes later, he was tight-lipped and in a hurry. At a hardware store nearby, he bought a quart of high-gloss lacquer in midnight blue, a half-pint tin in white, and 2 brushes, one a fine-tipped camel hair for lettering, the other a 2-inch soft bristle. He also bought a screwdriver. With these in the glove compartment of the car, he drove back to the Hôtel de Cerf and asked for his bill. While it was being prepared, he went upstairs to pack and carried the suitcases down to the car himself. When the 3 cases were in the trunk and the hand grip on the passenger seat, he re-entered the foyer and settled the bill. The day clerk who had taken over the reception desk would say later that he seemed hurried and nervous, and paid the bill with a new 100-franc note. What he did not say, because he had not seen it, was that while he was in the back room getting change for the note, the blonde Englishman turned over the pages of the hotel registry that the clerk had been making up for that day's list of coming clients. Flicking back one page, the Englishman had seen yesterday's inscriptions, including one in the name of Madame la Baronne de la Chalonnière, Haute Chalonnière, Corrèze. A few moments after settling the bill, the roar of the Alpha was heard in the driveway, and the Englishman was gone. Just before midday, more messages came into the office of Claude Lebel. The Sûreté of Brussels rang to say Duggan had only spent 5 hours in the city on Monday. He had arrived by BEA from London, but had left on the afternoon Alitalia flight to Milan. He had paid cash at the desk for his ticket, although it had been booked on the previous Saturday by phone from London. Lebel at once placed another call with the Milanese police. As he put the phone down, it rang again. This time it was the DST, to say that a report had been received as normal routine, that the previous morning, among those entering France from Italy over the Ventimiglia crossing point and filling in cards as they did so, had been Alexander James Quinton Duggan. Lebel had exploded. "Nearly 30 hours!" he yelled. "Over a day!" He slammed down the receiver. Caron raised an eyebrow. "The card," explained Lebel wearily, "has been in transit between Ventimiglia and Paris. They are now sorting out yesterday morning's entry cards from all over France. They say there are over 25,000 of them. For one day, mark you. I suppose I shouldn't have yelled. At least we know one thing. He's here, definitely, inside France. If I don't have something for the meeting tonight, they'll skin me. Oh, by the way, ring up Superintendent Thomas and thank him again. Tell him the Jackal is inside France, and we shall handle it from here." As Caron replaced the receiver after the London call, the Service Régional headquarters of the PJ at Lyon came on the phone. Lebel listened, then glanced up at Caron triumphantly. He covered the mouthpiece with his hand. "We've got him! He's registered for 2 days at the Hôtel de Cerf in Gap, starting last night. He uncovered the mouthpiece and spoke down it. "Now listen, Commissaire. I am not in a position to explain to you why we want this man Duggan. Just take it from me. It is important. This is what I want you to do." He spoke for 10 minutes, and as he finished, the phone on Caron's desk rang. It was the DST again, to say Duggan had entered France in a hired white Alfa Romeo Sports two-seater, registration M1-61741. "Shall I put out an all-stations alert for it?" asked Caron. Labelle thought for a moment. "No, not yet. If he's out motoring in the countryside somewhere, he'll probably be picked up by a country cop who thinks he's just looking for a stolen sports car. He'll kill anybody who tries to intercept him. The gun must be in the car somewhere. The important thing is that he's booked into the hotel for 2 nights. I want an army around that hotel when he gets back. Nobody must get hurt if it can be avoided. Come on. If we want to get that helicopter, let's go." While he was speaking, the entire police force at Gap was moving steel roadblocks into position on all the exits from the town and the area of the hotel, and posting men in the undergrowth around the barriers. Their orders came from Lyon. At Grenoble and Lyon, men armed with submachine guns and rifles were clambering into 2 fleets of Black Marias. At Satori camp outside Paris, a helicopter was being readied for Commissaire Labelle's flight to Gap. Even in the shade of the trees, the heat of early afternoon was sweltering. Stripped to the waist to avoid staining more of his clothes than was necessary, the Jackal worked on the car for 2 hours. After leaving Gap, he had headed due west through Vennes and Aspres-sous-Buech. It was downhill most of the way, the road winding between the mountains like a carelessly discarded ribbon. He had pushed the car to the limit, hurling it into the tight bends on squealing tires, twice nearly sending another driver coming the other way over the edge into one of the chasms below. After Aspres, he had picked up the RN-93, which followed the course of the Drôme River eastwards to join the Rhône. For another 18 miles, the road had hunted back and forth across the river. Shortly after Lucondois, he had thought it time to get the Alpha off the road. There were plenty of side roads leading away into the hills and upland villages. He had taken one at random, and after a mile and a half, chosen a path to the right, leading into the woods. In the middle of the afternoon, he finished painting and stood back. The car was a deep, gleaming blue, most of the paint already dry. Although by no means a professional painting job, it would pass muster except if given a close inspection, and particularly in the dusk. The 2 number plates had been unscrewed and lay face down on the grass. On the back of each had been painted in white an imaginary French number, of which the last 2 letters were 75, the registration code for Paris. The Jackal knew this was the commonest type of car number on the roads of France. The car's hiring and insurance papers did not now match the blue French Alpha as they had the white Italian one, and if he were stopped for a road check with improper papers, he was done for. The only question in his mind, as he dipped a rag in the petrol tank and wiped the paint stains off his hands, was whether to start motoring now and risk the bright sunlight showing up the amateurishness of the paintwork on the car, or whether to wait until dusk. He was sure that with his false name discovered, his point of entry into France and a description of his car would soon be known. He was days too early for the assassination, and he needed to find a place to lie low until he was ready. That meant getting to the department of Corrèze, 250 miles across the country, and the quickest way was by using the car. It was a risk, but he decided it had to be taken. Very well, then, the sooner the better, before every speed cop in the country was looking for an Alfa Romeo with a blonde Englishman at the wheel. He screwed the new number plates on, threw away what remained of the paint and the 2 brushes, pulled his polo-neck silk sweater and jacket back on, and gunned the engine into life. As he swept back onto the RN-93, he checked his watch. It was 3:41 in the afternoon. High overhead, he watched a helicopter clattering on its way towards the east. It was 7 miles further to the village of D. He knew well enough not to pronounce it the English way, D-I-E, but the coincidence of the name occurred to him. He was not superstitious, but his eyes narrowed as he drove into the centre of the town. At the main square near the War Memorial, a huge black leather-coated motorcycle policeman was standing in the middle of the road, waving him to stop and pull over to the right. His gun was still in its tubes wired to the chassis of the car. He carried no automatic or knife. For a second he hesitated, unsure whether to hit the policeman a glancing blow with the wing of the car and keep driving, later to abandon the car a dozen miles further on and try, without a mirror or a wash basin, to transform himself into Pastor Jensen, with 4 pieces of luggage to cope with, or whether to stop. It was the policeman who made the decision for him. Ignoring him completely as the Alpha began to slow down, the policeman turned round and scanned the road in the other direction. The Jackal slid the car over to the side of the road, watched and waited. From the far side of the village he heard the wailing of sirens. Whatever happened, it was too late to get out now. Into the village came a convoy of 4 Citroen police cars and 6 Black Mariahs. As the traffic cop jumped to one side and swept his arm up in salute, the convoy raced past the parked Alpha and headed down the road from which he had come. Through the wired windows of the vans, which gave them the French nickname of salad baskets, he could see the rows of helmeted police, submachine guns across their knees. Almost as soon as it had come, the convoy was gone. The speed cop brought his arm down from the salute, gave the Jackal an indolent gesture that he could now proceed, and stalked off to his motorcycle parked against the War Memorial. He was still kicking the starter when the blue Alpha disappeared round the corner, heading west. It was 4:50 p.m. when they hit the Hotel de Surf. Claude Labelle, who had landed a mile on the other side of the township and been driven to the driveway of the hotel in a police car, walked up to the front door, accompanied by Carol, who carried a loaded and cocked Mat 49 submachine carbine under the Macintosh slung over his right arm. The forefinger was on the trigger. Everyone in the town knew there was something afoot by this time, except the proprietor of the hotel. The hotel had been isolated for 5 hours, and the only odd thing had been the non-arrival of the trout seller with his day's catch of fresh fish. Summoned by the desk clerk, the proprietor appeared from his labours over the accounts in the office. Labelle listened to him answer Caron's questions, glancing nervously at the odd-shaped bundle under Caron's arm, and his shoulders sagged. 5 minutes later, the hotel was deluged with uniformed police. They interviewed the staff, examined the bedroom, chased through the grounds. Labelle walked alone out into the drive and stared up at the surrounding hills. Caron joined him. "You think he's really gone, Chief?" Labelle nodded. "He's gone, all right. But he was booked for 2 days. Do you think the proprietor's in this with him?" "No. He and the staff aren't lying. He changed his mind sometime this morning, and he left. The question now is, where the hell has he gone, and does he suspect yet that we know who he is?" "But how could he? He couldn't know that. It must be coincidence. It must be." "My dear Lucienne, let us hope so." "All we've got to go on now, then, is the car number." "Yes, that was my mistake. We should have put the alert out for the car. Get on to the police RT to Lyon from one of the sound cars and make it an all-stations alert. Top priority. White Alfa Romeo, Italian, number MI-61741. Approach with caution. Occupant believed armed and dangerous. You know the drill. But one more thing. Nobody is to mention it to the press. Include in the message the instruction that the suspected man probably doesn't know he's suspected, and I'll skin anybody who lets him hear it on the radio or read it in the press. I'm going to tell Commissaire Gaillard of Lyon to take over here. Then let's get back to Paris." It was nearly 6 o'clock when the blue Alpha coasted into the town of Valence, where the steel torrent of the RN7, the main road from Lyon to Marseille, and the highway carrying most of the traffic from Paris to the Côte d'Azur, thunders along the banks of the Rhône. The Alpha crossed the great road running south and took the bridge over the river towards the RN 533 to Saint-Péray on the western bank. Below the bridge, the mighty river smouldered in the afternoon sunlight, ignored the puny steel insect scurrying southwards, and rolled at its own leisurely but certain pace towards the waiting Mediterranean. After Saint-Péray, as dusk settled on the valley behind him. The Jackal gunned the little sports car higher and higher into the mountains of the Massif Central and the province of Auvergne. After Le Puy, the going got steeper, the mountains higher, and every town seemed to be a spa where the life-giving streams flowing out from the rocks of the Massif had attracted those with aches and eczemas developed in the cities, and made fortunes for the cunning Auvergnat peasants who had gone into the business with a will. After Brioude, the valley of the Allier River dropped behind, and the smell in the night air was of heather and drying hay in the upland pastures. He stopped to fill the tank at Isor, then sped on through the casino town of Montdore and the spar of Le Baudoul. It was nearly midnight when he rounded the headwaters of the Dordogne, where it rises among the Auvergne rocks to flow south and west through half a dozen dams and spend itself into the Atlantic at Bordeaux. From La Baudoul he took the RN 89 towards Ussel, the county town of Corrèze.
"You are a fool, Monsieur le Commissaire, a fool! You had him within your grasp and let him slip."
St. Clair had half risen to his feet to make his point, and glared down the polished mahogany table at the top of Lebel's head. The detective was studying the papers of his dossier, for all the world as if St. Clair did not exist. He had decided that was the only way to treat the arrogant colonel from the palace, and St. Clair, for his part, was not quite sure whether the bent head indicated an appropriate sense of shame or an insolent indifference. He preferred to believe it was the former. When he had finished and sank back into his seat, Claude Lebel looked up. "If you will look at the mimeographed report in front of you, my dear Colonel, you will observe that we did not have him in our hands," he observed mildly. "The report from Lyon that a man in the name of Duggan had registered the previous evening at a hotel in Gap did not reach the PJ until 12:15 today. We now know that the Jackal left the hotel abruptly at 11:05. Whatever measures had been taken, he still had an hour's start. Moreover, I cannot accept your strictures on the efficiency of the police forces of this country in general. I would remind you that the orders of the President are that this affair will be managed in secret. It was therefore not possible to put out an alert to every rural gendarmerie for a man named Duggan, for it would have started a hullabaloo in the press. The card registering Duggan at the Hotel du Cerf was collected in the normal way at the normal time, and sent with due dispatch to regional headquarters at Lyon. Only there was it realized that Duggan was the wanted man. This delay was unavoidable, unless we wish to launch a nationwide hue and cry for the man, and that is outside my brief. And lastly, Duggan was registered at the hotel for 2 days. We don't know what made him change his mind at 11 a.m. today and decide to move elsewhere."
"Probably your police gallivanting about the place,"
snapped St. Clair.
"I have already made it plain there was no gallivanting before 12:15, and the man was already 70 minutes gone," said Lebel.
"All right, we've been unlucky, very unlucky," cut in the minister. "However, there is still the question of why no immediate search for the car was instituted. Commissaire?" "I agree it was a mistake, Minister, in the light of events. I had reason to believe the man was at the hotel and intended to spend the night there. If he had been motoring in the vicinity and had been intercepted by a motor patrolman for driving a wanted car, he would almost certainly have shot the unsuspecting policeman, and thus forewarned, made his escape."
"Which is precisely what he has done," said St. Clair.
"True, but we have no evidence to suggest that he has been forewarned, as he would have been if his car had been stopped by a single patrolman. It may well be he just decided to move on somewhere else. If so, and if he checks into another hotel tonight, he will be reported. Alternately, if his car is seen, he will be reported." "When did the alert for the White Alpha go out?" asked the director of the PJ, Max Fernet. "I issued the instructions at 5:15 p.m. from the courtyard of the hotel," replied Lebel. "It should have reached all major road patrol units by 7, and the police on duty in the main towns should be informed throughout the night as they check in for night duty. In view of the danger of this man, I have listed the car as stolen, with instructions that its presence be reported immediately to the regional HQ, but that no approach should be made to the occupant by a lone policeman. If this meeting decides to change these orders, then I must ask that the responsibility for what may ensue be taken by this meeting." There was a long silence. "Regrettably, the life of a police officer cannot be allowed to stand in the way of protecting the President of France," murmured Colonel Galland. There were signs of assent from round the table. "Perfectly true," assented Lebel, "providing a single police officer can stop this man. But most town and country policemen, the ordinary men on the beat and the motor patrolmen, are not professional gunfighters. This Jackal is. If he is intercepted, shoots down 1 or 2 policemen, makes another getaway and disappears, we shall have 2 things to cope with. One will be a killer fully forewarned and perhaps able to adopt yet a new identity about which we know nothing. The other will be a nationwide headline story in every newspaper, which we will not be able to play down. If the Jackal's real reason for being in France remains a secret for 48 hours after the killing story breaks, I will be most surprised. The press will know within days that he is after the President. If anyone here would like to explain that to the General, I will willingly retire from this investigation and hand it over." No one volunteered. The meeting broke up as usual around midnight. Within 30 minutes, it had become Friday, August the 16th.
Chapter 17.
The blue Alfa Romeo cruised into the Place de la Guerre at Ussel just before 1 in the morning.
There was one cafe remaining open across the square from the station entrance, and a few late-night travellers waiting for a train were sipping coffee. The Jackal dragged a comb through his hair and walked past the stacked-up chairs and tables on the terrace and up to the bar counter. He was cold, for the mountain air was chill as he drove at over 60 miles an hour, and stiff, with aching thighs and arms from hauling the Alpha through innumerable mountain curves, and hungry, for he had not eaten since dinner 28 hours previously, apart from a buttered roll for breakfast. He ordered 2 large buttered slices of a long thin loaf sliced down the middle and known as a tartine beurrée, and 4 hard-boiled eggs from the stand on the counter. Also, a large white coffee. Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay.
While the buttered bread was being prepared and the coffee was percolating through the filter, he glanced round for the telephone booth. There was none, but a telephone stood at the end of the counter.
"Have you got the local telephone directory?"
he asked the barman. Without a word, still busy, the barman gestured to a pile of directories on a rack behind the counter.
"Help yourself," he said.
The baron's name was listed under the words Chalonnier, Monsieur le Baron de la, and the address was the Château at La Haute Chalonnière. The Jackal knew this, but the village was not listed on his road map. However, the telephone number was given as Égletons, and he found this easily enough. It was another 30 kilometres beyond Ussel on the RN 89. He settled down to eat his eggs and bread. It was just before 2 in the morning that he passed a stone by the roadside saying, Égletons, 6 kilometres, and decided to abandon the car in one of the forests that bordered the road. They were dense woods, probably the estate of some local noble, where once boars had been hunted with horses and hound. Perhaps they still were,
for parts of Corrèze seemed to have stepped straight from the days of Louis XIV. Within a few hundred metres, he had found a drive leading into the forest, separated from the road by a wooden pole slung across the entrance, adorned by a placard saying Chasse Privée. He removed the pole, drove the car into the wood, and replaced the pole. From there, he drove half a mile into the forest, the headlamps lighting the gnarled shapes of the trees like ghosts reaching down with angry branches at the trespasser. Finally, he stopped the car, switched off the headlights, and took the wire cutters and torch from the glove compartment. He spent an hour underneath the vehicle, his back getting damp from the dew on the forest floor. At last, the steel tubes containing the sniper's rifle were free from their hiding place of the previous 60 hours, and he repacked them in the suitcase with the old clothes and the army greatcoat. He had a last look round the car to make sure there was nothing left in it that could give anyone who found it a hint of who its driver had been, and drove it hard into the centre of a nearby clump of wild rhododendron. Using the metal shears, he spent the next hour cutting rhododendron branches from nearby bushes and jabbing them into the ground in front of the hole in the shrubbery made by the Alpha, until it was completely hidden from view. He knotted his tie with one end round the handle of one of the suitcases, the other end round the handle of the second case. Using the tie like a railway porter's strap, his shoulder under the loop so that one case hung down his chest and the other down his back, he was able to grab the remaining 2 pieces of luggage in his 2 free hands and start the march back to the road. It was slow going. Every 100 yards he stopped, put the cases down, and went back over his tracks with a branch from a tree, sweeping away the light impressions made in the moss and twigs by the passage of the Alpha. It took another hour to reach the road, duck under the pole, and put half a mile between himself and the entrance to the forest. His check suit was soiled and grimy. The polo sweater stuck to his back with greasy obstinacy, and he thought his muscles would never stop aching again. Lining the suitcases up in a row, he sat down to wait, as the eastern sky grew a fraction paler than the surrounding night. Country buses, he reminded himself, tend to start early. In fact, he was lucky. A farm truck towing a trailer of hay came by at 5:50, heading towards the market town.
"Car broken down?"
bawled the driver as he slowed up. "No, I've got a weekend pass from camp, so I'm hitchhiking home. Got as far as Ussel last night and decided to push on to Tulle. I've got an uncle there who can fix me a truck to Bordeaux. This was as far as I got." He grinned at the driver, who laughed and shrugged.
"Crazy, walking through the night up here. No one comes this way after dark. Jump on the trailer. I'll take you into Égletons. You can try from there."
They rolled into the little town at 6:45. The Jackal thanked the farmer, gave him the slip round the back of the station, and headed for a cafe. "Is there a taxi in town?" he asked the barman over coffee. The barman gave him the number, and he rang to call up the taxi company. There was one car that would be available in half an hour, he was told. While he waited, he used the fundamental conveniences of the cold water tap offered by the cafe's lavatory to wash his hands and face, change into a fresh suit, and brush his teeth, which felt furry from cigarettes and coffee. The taxi arrived at 7:30, an old rattletrap Renault. "Do you know the village of Haute-Chalonnière?" he asked the driver.
"Course."
"How far?"
18 kilometres.
The man jerked his thumb up towards the mountains.
"In the hills."
"Take me there," said the Jackal, and hefted his luggage into the roof rack, except for the one case that went inside with him. He insisted on being dropped in front of the Café de la Poste in the village square. There was no use for the taxi driver from the nearby town to know he was going to the chateau. When the taxi had driven away, he brought his luggage into the café. Already the square was blazing hot, and 2 oxen yoked to a hay cart ruminated their cud reflectively outside, while fat black flies promenaded round their gentle, patient eyes. Inside the café, it was dark and cool. He heard rather than saw the customers shift at their tables to examine the newcomer, and there was a clacking of clogs on tiles as an old peasant woman in a black dress left one group of farm workers and went behind the bar.
"Monsieur?"
she croaked. He put down the luggage and leaned on the bar. The locals, he noticed, were drinking red wine.
"Un gros rouge, s'il vous plaît, madame."
"How far is the chateau?" madame?" he asked when the wine was poured. She eyed him keenly from wily black marbles.
2 kilometers, monsieur.
He sighed wearily. That fool of a driver tried to tell me there was no chateau here, so he dropped me in the square."
"He was from Égletons?"
she asked. The jackal nodded.
"They're fools at Égletons,"
she said. "I have to get to the chateau," he said. The ring of peasants watching from their tables made no move. No one suggested how he might get there. He pulled out a new 100-franc note. "How much is the wine, madame?" She eyed the note sharply. There was a shifting among the blue cotton blouses and trousers behind him.
"I haven't got change for that,"
said the old woman. He sighed. "If only there was someone with a van, he might have change," he said. Someone got up and approached from behind.
"There is a van in the village, monsieur,"
growled a voice. The jackal turned with mock surprise. "It belongs to you, mon ami?"
"No, monsieur, but I know the man who owns it. He might run you up there."
The jackal nodded, as if considering the merits of the idea. "In the meantime, what will you take?" The peasant nodded at the crone, who poured another large glass of rough red wine. "And your friends. It's a hot day. A thirsty day." The stubbled face split into a smile. The peasant nodded again to the woman, who took 2 full bottles over to the group round the big table.
"Benoit, go and get the van,"
ordered the peasant, and one of the men, gulping down his wine in one swallow, went outside.
"What appeals to me about the peasantry of the Auvergne,"
mused the jackal, as he rattled and bumped the last 2 kilometres up to the chateau,
"is that they're so surly they keep their damn mouths shut, at least to outsiders."
Colette de la Chalonnière sat up in bed, sipped her coffee, and read the letter again. The anger that had possessed her on the first reading had dissipated to be replaced by a kind of weary disgust. She wondered what on earth she could do with the rest of her life. She had been welcomed home the previous afternoon, after a leisurely drive from Gap, by old Ernestine, the maid, who had been in service at the chateau since Alfred's Father's Day, and the gardener, Louison, a former peasant boy who had married Ernestine when she was still an under-housemaid. The pair were now virtually the curators of the chateau, of which 2/3 of the rooms were shut off and blanketed in dust covers. She was, she realized, the mistress of an empty castle, where there were neither children playing in the park any more, nor a master of the household saddling his horses in the courtyard. She looked back at the cutting from the Paris Glossy Society magazine that her friend had so thoughtfully mailed to her, at the face of her husband grinning inanely into the flashbulb, eyes torn between the lens of the camera and the jutting bosom of the girl over whose shoulder he was peering. She was a cabaret dancer, risen from bar hostess, quoted as saying she hoped one day to be able to marry the Baron, who was her very good friend. Looking at the lined face and scrawny neck of the aging Baron in the photograph, she wondered vaguely what had happened to the handsome young captain of the resistance partisans with whom she had fallen in love in 1942 and married a year later when she was expecting her son. She had been a teenage girl, running messages for the resistance when she met him in the mountains. He had been in his mid-30s, known by the code name of Pegasus, a lean, hawk-faced, commanding man who had turned her heart. They had been married in a secret ceremony in a cellar chapel by a priest of the resistance, and she had borne her son in her father's house. Then, after the war, had come the restoration of all his lands and properties. His father had died of a heart attack when the Allied armies swept across France, and he had emerged from the heather to become the Baron of Chalonnière, cheered by the peasantry of the countryside as he brought his wife and son back to the chateau. Soon the estates had tired him. The lure of Paris and the lights of the cabarets, the urge to make up for the lost years of his youth in the colonial deserts and of his manhood in the undergrowth, had proved too strong to resist. Now he was 57, and could have passed for 70. The Baroness threw the cutting and its accompanying letter on the floor. She jumped out of bed and stood in front of the full-length mirror on the far wall, pulling open the laces that held the peignoir together down the front. She stood on tiptoe to tighten the muscles of her thighs as a pair of high-heeled shoes would do. Not bad, she thought. could be a lot worse. A full figure, the body of a mature woman. The hips were wide, but the waist had mercifully remained in proportion, firmed by hours in the saddle and long walks in the hills. She cupped her breasts, one in each hand, and measured their weight. Too big, too heavy for real beauty, but still enough to excite a man in bed. Well, Alfred, two can play at that game, she thought. She shook her head, loosening the shoulder-length black hair, so that a strand fell forward by her cheek and lay across one of her breasts. She took her hands away and ran them between her thighs, thinking of the man who had been there just over 24 hours before. He had been good. She wished now she had stayed on at Gap. Perhaps they could have holidayed together, driving round using a false name, like runaway lovers. What on earth had she come home for? There was a clatter of an old van drawing up in the courtyard. Idly she drew the peignoir together and walked to the window that gave onto the front of the house. A van from the village was parked there, the rear doors open. Two men were at the back, taking something down from the tailboard. Louison was walking across from where he'd been weeding one of the ornamental lawns to help carry the load. One of the men, hidden behind the van, walked round to the front, stuffing some paper into his trouser pocket, climbed into the driving seat and engaged the grinding clutch. Who was delivering things to the chateau? She had not ordered anything. The van started to pull away, and she gave a start of surprise. There were 3 suitcases and a hand grip on the gravel. Beside them was a man. She recognized the gleam of the blonde hair in the sun, and smiled wide with pleasure. "You animal, you beautiful primitive animal, you followed me." She hurried into the bathroom to dress. When she came onto the landing, she caught the sound of voices in the hall below. Ernestine was asking what Monsieur wanted. "Madame la Baronne? Elle est là?" In a moment, Ernestine came hurrying up the stairs as fast as her old legs could carry her. "A gentleman has called, ma'am." The evening meeting in the ministry that Friday was shorter than usual. The only thing to report was that there was nothing. For the past 24 hours, the description of the wanted car had been circulated in a routine manner, so as not to arouse undue suspicion throughout France. It had not been spotted. Similarly, even regional headquarters of the police judiciaire had ordered its dependent local commissariats in town and country to get all hotel registration cards into HQ by 8 in the morning at the latest. At the regional HQs, they were immediately scoured, tens of thousands of them, for the name of Duggan. Nothing had been spotted. Therefore, he had not stayed last night in a hotel, at least not in the name of Duggan. "We have to accept one of 2 premises," explained Lebel to a silent gathering. "Either he still believes he is unsuspected. In other words, his departure from the Hotel du Cerf was an unpremeditated action and a coincidence, in which case there is no reason for him not to use his Alfa Romeo openly and stay openly in hotels under the name of Duggan. In that case, he must be spotted sooner or later. In the second case, he has decided to ditch the car somewhere and abandon it, and rely on his own resources. In the latter case, there are a further 2 possibilities. Either he has no further false identities on which to rely, in which case he cannot get far without registering at a hotel or trying to pass a frontier point on his way out of France. Or he has another identity and has passed into it. In the latter case, he is still extremely dangerous." "What makes you think he might have another identity?" asked Colonel Roland. "We have to assume," said Lebel, "that this man, having been offered evidently a very large sum by the OAS to carry out this assassination, must be one of the best professional killers in the world. That implies that he has had experience. And yet he has managed to stay clear of any official suspicion and all official police dossiers. The only way he could do this would be by carrying out his assignments in a false name and with a false appearance. In other words, an expert in disguise as well. We know from the comparison of the 2 photographs that Calthrop was able to extend his height by high-heeled shoes, slim off several kilos in weight, change his eye colour by contact lenses and his hair colour with dye to become Duggan. If he can do that once,
We cannot afford the luxury of assuming he cannot do it again. But there's no reason to suppose he suspected he would be exposed before he got close to the President, protested St. Clair. Why should he take such elaborate precautions as to have one or more false identities? Because, said Lebel, he apparently does take elaborate precautions. If he did not, we should have had him by now. I note from Calthrop's dossier, as passed on by the British police, that he did his national service just after the war in their parachute regiment. Perhaps he's using this experience to live rough, hiding out in the hills, suggested Max Ferney. Perhaps, agreed Lebel. In that case, he is more or less finished as a potential danger. Lebel considered for a moment. Of this particular person, I would not like to say that until he is behind bars. Or dead, said Roland. If he's got any sense, he'll be trying to get out of France while he's still alive, said St. Clair. On that note, the meeting broke up. I wish I could count on that, Lebel told Caron back in the office. But as far as I'm concerned, he's alive, well, free and armed. We keep on looking for him, and that car. He had 3 pieces of luggage. He can't have got far on foot with all that. Find that car, and we start from there. The man they wanted was lying on fresh linen in a chateau in the heart of Corrèze. He was bathed and relaxed, filled with a meal of country pâté and jugged hare, washed down with rough red wine, black coffee, and brandy. He stared up at the gilt curlicues that writhed across the ceiling, and planned the course of the days that now separated him from his assignment in Paris. In a week, he thought, he would have to move, and getting away might prove difficult. But it could be done. He would have to think out a reason for going. The door opened, and the Baroness came in. Her hair had been let down around her shoulders, and she wore a peignoir held together at the throat, but open down the front. As she moved, it swayed briefly open. She was quite naked beneath it, but had kept on the stockings she had worn at dinner and the high-heeled court shoes. The Jackal propped himself up on one elbow as she closed the door and walked over to the bed. She looked down at him in silence. He reached up and slipped loose the bow of ribbon that held the nightdress closed at the throat. It swung open to reveal the breasts, and as he craned forward, his hand slid the laced-edge material off her shoulder. It slid down to the floor without a sound. She pushed his shoulder so that he rolled back onto the bed, then gripped his wrists and pinned them against the pillow as she climbed over him. He stared back up at her as she knelt above him, her thighs gripping his ribs hard. She smiled down at him, 2 curling strands of hair falling down to the nipples. Bon, mon primitif. Now let's see you perform. He eased his head forward as her bottom rose off his chest, and started. For 3 days the trail went cold for Lebel, and at each evening meeting the volume of opinion that the Jackal had left France secretly with his tail between his legs increased. By the meeting on the evening of the 19th, he was alone in maintaining his view that the killer was still somewhere in France, lying low and biding his time, waiting. "Waiting for what?" shrilled St. Clair that evening. "The only thing he can be waiting for, if he's still here, is an opportunity to make a dash for the border. The moment he breaks cover, we've got him. He has every man's arm against him, nowhere to go, no one to take him in, if your supposition that he is completely cut off from the OAS and their sympathizers is correct." There was a murmur of assent from the table, most of whose members were beginning to harden in their opinion that the police had failed, and that Bouvier's original dictum that the location of the killer was a purely detective task had been wrong. Lebel shook his head doggedly. He was tired, exhausted by lack of sleep, by strain and worry, by having to defend himself and his staff from the constant needling attacks of men who owed their exalted positions to politics rather than experience. He had enough sense to realize that if he was wrong, he was finished. Some of the men round the table would see to that. And if he was right, if the Jackal was still on the trail of the President,
if he slipped through the net and closed with his victim, he knew those round the table would desperately seek for a scapegoat, and it would be him. Either way, his long career as a policeman was ended. Unless he could find the man and stop him. Only then would they have to concede that he had been right. But he had no proof. Only an odd faith that he could certainly never divulge, that the man he was hunting was another professional who would carry out his task no matter what. Over the 8 days since this affair had landed on his lap, he had come to a grudging respect for the silent, unpredictable man with the gun, who seemed to have everything planned down to the last detail, including the contingency planning. It was as much as his career was worth to admit his feelings amidst the gathering of political appointees around him. Only the massive bulk of Bouvier beside him, hunching his head into his shoulders and glaring at the table, gave him a small comfort. At least he was another detective. "Waiting for I don't know what," Lebel replied. "But he's waiting for something, or some appointed day. I do not believe, gentlemen, that we have heard the last of the Jackal yet. All the same, I cannot explain why I feel this." "Feelings?" jeered St. Clair. "Some appointed day? Really, Commissaire, you seem to have been reading too many romantic thrillers. This is no romance, my dear sir. This is reality. The man has gone, and that's all there is to it." He sat back with a self-assured smile. "I hope you are right," said Lebel quietly. "In that case, I must tender to you, Monsieur le Ministre, my willingness to withdraw from the inquiry and return to the investigation of crime." The Minister eyed him with indecision. "Do you think the inquiry is worth pursuing, Commissaire?" he asked. "Do you think a real danger still exists?" "As to the second question, sir, I do not know. For the former, I believe we should go on looking until we are absolutely certain." "Very well, then, gentlemen. It is my wish that the Commissaire continues his inquiries, and that we continue our evening meetings to hear his reports. For the moment." On the morning of August 20th, Marcangot Calais, a gamekeeper, was shooting vermin on the estates of his employer between Égletons and Ussel, in the department of Corrèze, when he pursued a wounded wood-pigeon that had tumbled into a clump of wild rhododendron. In the centre of the clump, he found the pigeon, fluttering madly, on the driving seat of an open sports car that had evidently been abandoned. At first he thought, as he wrung the bird's neck, that it must have been parked by a pair of lovers who had come into the forest for a picnic, despite the warning notice that he had nailed up on the pole at the entrance to the woods half a mile away. Then he noticed that some of the branches of shrubbery that concealed the car from view were not growing in the ground, but had been jabbed into the earth. Further examination showed the cut stumps of the branches on other nearby bushes, the white cuts having been smeared over with earth to darken them. From the bird droppings on the seats of the car, he reckoned it had been there for several days at least. Taking his gun and bird, he cycled back through the woods to his cottage, making a mental note to mention the car to the local village constable when he went into the village later that morning to buy some more rabbit snares. It was nearly noon when the village policeman wound up the hand-crank telephone in his house and filed a report to the commissariat at Ussel to the effect that a car had been found abandoned in the woods nearby. Was it a white car? He was asked. He consulted his notebook. No, it was a blue car. Was it Italian? No, it was French, registered. A make unknown. Right, said the voice from Ussel. A tow-away truck will be sent during the afternoon, and he'd better be ready waiting to guide the crew to the spot, because there was a lot of work on, and everyone was short-staffed, what with the search going on for a white Italian sports car that the bigwigs in Paris wanted to have a look at. The village constable promised to be ready and waiting when the tow-away truck arrived. It was not until after 4 that afternoon that the little car was towed into the pound at Ussel, and close to 5 before one of the motor maintenance staff, giving the car a check-over for identification, noticed that the paintwork was appallingly badly done. He took out a screwdriver and scratched at one of the wings. Under the blue, a streak of white appeared. Perplexed, he examined the number plates and noticed that they seemed to have been reversed. A few minutes later, the front plate was lying in the courtyard face up, exhibiting white lettering, MI-61741, and the policeman was hurrying across the yard towards the office. Claude Lebel got the news just before 6. It came from Commissaire Valentin of the regional headquarters of the PJ at Clermont-Ferrand, capital of the Auvergne. Lebel jerked upright in his chair as Valentin's voice started talking. "All right, listen, this is important. I can't explain why it's important. I can only say that it is. Yes, I know it's irregular, but that's the way it is. I know you're a full commissaire, my dear fellow, but if you want confirmation of my authority in this case, I'll pass you right on to the Director General of the PJ. I want you to get a team down to Ussel now, the best you can get and as many men as you can get. Start inquiring from the spot where the car was found. Mark off the map with that spot in the centre and prepare for a square search. Ask at every farmhouse, every farmer who regularly drives along that road, every village store and cafe, every hotel and woodcutter's shack. You are looking for a tall, blond man, English by birth, but speaking good French. He was carrying 3 suitcases and a hand grip. He carried a lot of money in cash and is well dressed, but probably looking as if he had slept rough. Your men must ask where he was, where he went, what he tried to buy. Oh, and one other thing. The press must be kept out at all costs." "What do you mean they can't?" "Oh, well, of course the local stringers will ask what goes on. Well, tell them there was a car crash and it's thought one of the occupants might be wandering in a dazed state. Yes, all right, a mission of mercy. Anything, just to allay their suspicions. Tell them there's no story the national papers would bother to pay for, not in the holiday season with 500 road accidents a day. Just play it down. And one last thing. If you locate the man holed up somewhere, don't get near him. Just surround him and keep him there. I'll be down as soon as I can." Lebel put the phone down and turned to Carol. "Get on to the minister. Ask him to bring the evening meeting forward to 8 o'clock. I know that's supper time, but it'll only be short. Then get on to Satori and get the helicopter again. A night flight to Ussel, and they better tell us where they'll be landing so we can get a car laid on to pick me up. You'll have to take over here." The police vans from Clermont-Ferrand, backed up by others contributed by Ussel, set up their headquarters in the village square of the tiny hamlet nearest to where the car had been found, just as the sun was setting. From the radio van, Valentin issued instructions to the scores of squad cars converging on the other villages of the area. He had decided to start with a 5-mile radius of the spot where the car was found, and work through the night. People were more likely to be home in the hours of darkness. On the other hand, in the twisting valleys and hillsides of the region, there was more chance that in the darkness his men would get lost, or overlook some small woodcutter's shack where the fugitive might be hiding. There was one other factor that he could not have explained to Paris over the phone, and which he dreaded having to explain to Lebel face to face. Unbeknown to him, some of his men came across this factor before midnight. A group of them were interviewing a farmer in his cottage 2 miles from the spot where the car was found. He stood in the doorway in his nightshirt, pointedly refusing to invite the detectives in. From his hand the paraffin lamp cast flickering splashes of light over the group. "Come on, Gaston, you drive along that road to market pretty often. Did you drive down that road towards Ecleton on Friday morning?" The peasant surveyed them through narrowed eyes. "Might have done." "Well, did you or didn't you?" "Can't remember." "Did you see a man on the road?" "I mind my own business." "That's not what we're asking. Did you see a man?" "I saw nobody. Nothing." "A blond man, tall, athletic, carrying 3 suitcases and a hand grip." "I saw nothing. J'ai rien vu. Tu comprends?" It went on for 20 minutes. At last they went, one of the detectives making a meticulous note in his book. The dogs snarled on the ends of their chains and snapped at the policeman's legs, causing them to skip to one side and step in the compost heap. The peasant watched them until they were back on the road and jolting away in their car. Then he slammed the door, kicked an inquisitive goat out of the way, and clambered back into bed with his wife. "That was the fellow you gave a lift to, wasn't it?" she asked. "What do they want with him?"
"Dunno," said Gaston. "But no one will ever say Gaston Grosjean helped to give away another creature to them." He hawked and spat into the embers of the fire. "Sale fleek." He turned down the wick and blew out the light, swung his legs off the floor and pushed further into the cot against the ample form of his wife. "Good luck to you, friend, wherever you are." Labelle faced the meeting and put down his papers. "As soon as this meeting is over, gentlemen, I am flying down to Ussel to supervise the search myself." There was silence for nearly a minute. "What do you think, Commissaire, can be deduced from this?" "Two things, Monsieur le Ministre. We know he must have bought paint to transform the car, and I suspect inquiries will show that if the car was driven through the night from Thursday into Friday morning from Gap to Ussel, that it was already transformed. In that case, and inquiries along these lines are proceeding, it would appear he bought the paint in Gap. If that is so, then he was tipped off. Either somebody rang him, or he rang somebody, either here or in London, who told him of the discovery of his pseudonym of Duggan. From that he could work out that we would be onto him before noon, and onto his car. So he got out, and fast." He thought the elegant ceiling of the conference room was going to crack, so pressing was the silence. "Are you seriously suggesting," somebody asked from a million miles away, "there is a leak from within this room?" "I cannot say that, monsieur. There are switchboard operators, telex operators, middle and junior level executives to whom orders have been passed. It could be that one of them is clandestinely an OAS agent. But one thing seems to emerge ever more clearly. He was tipped off about the unmasking of the overall plan to assassinate the President of France, and decided to go ahead regardless. And he was tipped off about his unmasking as Alexander Duggan. He has, after all, got one single contact. I suspect it might be that the man known as Valmy, whose message to Rome was intercepted by the DST. "Damn," swore the head of the DST. "We should have got the bastard in the post office." "And what is the second thing we may deduce, Commissaire?" asked the minister. "The second thing is that when he learned he was blown as Duggan, he did not seek to quit France. On the contrary, he headed right into the centre of France. In other words, he is still on the trail of the head of state. He has simply challenged the whole lot of us." The minister rose and gathered his papers. "We will not detain you, Monsieur le Commissaire. Find him, and tonight. Dispose of him if you have to. Those are my orders in the name of the President." With that, he stalked from the room. An hour later, Labelle's helicopter lifted away from the takeoff pad at Satori and headed through the purpling black sky towards the south. "Impertinent pig! How dare he! Suggesting that somehow we, the topmost officials of France, were at fault. I shall mention it, of course, in my next report." Jacqueline eased the thin straps of her slip from her shoulders and let the transparent material fall to settle in folds round her hips. Tightening her biceps to push the breasts together with a deep cleavage down the middle, she took her lover's head and pulled it towards her bosom. "Tell me all about it," she cooed. Chapter 18. The morning of August the 21st was as bright and clear as the previous 14 of that summer heat wave had been. From the windows of the Château de la Haute Chalonnière, looking out over a rolling vista of heather-clad hills, it looked calm and peaceful, giving no hint of the tumult of police inquiries that was even then enveloping the town of Égletons, 18 kilometres away. The Jackal, naked under his dressing-gown, stood at the windows of the Baron's study, making his routine morning call to Paris. He had left his mistress asleep upstairs after another night of ferocious love-making. When the connection came through, he began as usual. "Ici Jackal." "Ici Valmy," said the husky voice at the other end. "Things have started to move again. They've found the car." He listened for another 2 minutes, interrupting only with a terse question. With a final "Merci," he replaced the receiver and fumbled in his pockets for cigarettes and lighter. What he had just heard, he realized,
changed his plans whether he liked it or not. He had wanted to stay on at the chateau for another 2 days, but now he had to leave, and the sooner the better. There was something else about the phone call that worried him, something that should not have been there. He had thought nothing of it at the time, but as he drew on his cigarette, it niggled at the back of his mind. It came to him without effort as he finished the cigarette and threw the stub through the open window onto the gravel. There had been a soft click on the line soon after he had picked up the receiver. That had not happened during the phone calls over the past 3 days. There was an extension phone in the bedroom, but surely Colette had been fast asleep when he left her. Surely. He turned and strode briskly up the stairs on silent bare feet and burst into the bedroom. The phone had been replaced on its cradle. The wardrobe was open, and the 3 suitcases lay about the floor, all open. His own key ring with the keys that opened the suitcases lay nearby. The Baroness, on her knees amid the debris, looked up with wide, staring eyes. Around her lay a series of slim steel tubes, from each of which the Hessian caps that closed the open ends had been removed. From one emerged the end of a telescopic sight, from another the snout of the silencer. She held something in her hands, something she had been gazing at in horror when he entered. It was the barrel and breech of the gun. For several seconds neither spoke. The Jackal recovered first. "You were listening?" I wondered who you were phoning each morning like that." "I thought you were asleep."
"No, I always wake when you get out of bed. This thing, it's a gun. A killer's gun?"
It was half question, half statement, but as if hoping he would explain that it was simply something else, something quite harmless. He looked down at her, and for the first time she noticed that the grey flecks in the eyes had spread and clouded over the whole expression, which had become dead and lifeless like a machine staring down at her. She rose slowly to her feet, dropping the gun barrel with a clatter among the other components.
"You want to kill him," she whispered. "You're one of them, the OAS. You want to use this to kill de Gaulle."
The lack of any answer from the Jackal gave her the answer. She made a rush for the door. He caught her easily and hurled her back across the room onto the bed, coming after her in 3 fast paces. As she bounced on the rumpled sheets, her mouth opened to scream. The backhanded blow across the side of the neck into the carotid artery choked off the scream at source. Then his left hand was tangled in her hair, dragging her face downward over the edge of the bed. She caught a last glimpse of the pattern of the carpet when the 4-handed chop with the edge of the palm came down on the back of the neck. He went to the door to listen, but no sound came from below. Ernestine would be preparing the morning rolls and coffee in the kitchen at the back of the house, and Louison should be on his way to market shortly. Fortunately, both were rather deaf. He repacked the parts of the rifle in their tubes, and the tubes in their 3rd suitcase, with the army greatcoat and soiled clothes of André Martin, patting the lining to make sure the papers had not been disturbed. Then he locked the case. The 2nd case, containing the clothes of the Danish pastor, Per Jensen, was unlocked, but had not been searched. He spent 5 minutes washing and shaving in the bathroom that adjoined the bedroom. Then he took his scissors and spent a further 10 minutes carefully combing the long blonde hair upwards and snipping off the last 2 inches. Next he brushed into it enough of the hair tint to turn it into a middle-aged man's iron grey. The effect of the dye was to dampen the hair, enabling him finally to brush it into the style shown in Pastor Jensen's passport, which he had propped on top of the bathroom shelf. Finally, he slipped on the blue-tinted contact lenses. He wiped every trace of the hair tint and washing preparations off the wash basin, collected up the shaving things, and returned to the bedroom. The naked body on the floor he ignored. He dressed in the undershirt, short, socks and shirt he had bought in Copenhagen, fixed the black bib round his neck, and topped it with the parson's dog collar. Finally, he slipped on the black suit and conventional walking shoes. He tucked the gold-rimmed glasses into his top pocket, repacked the washing things in the hand grip, and put the Danish book on French cathedrals in there as well. Into the inside pocket of his suit he transferred the Dane's passport and a wad of money. The remainder of his English clothes went back into the suitcase from which they had come, and this too was finally locked. It was nearly 8 o'clock when he finished, and Ernestine would be coming up shortly with the morning coffee. The Baroness had tried to keep their affair from the servants, for both had doted on the Baron when he had been a small boy and later the master of the house. From the window he watched Louison cycle down the broad path that led towards the gates of the estate, his shopping panier jolting along behind the bicycle. At that moment he heard Ernestine knock at the door. He made no sound. She knocked again.
"Y a vos café, madame?"
she shrilled through the closed door. Making up his mind, the Jackal called out in French, in a tone half asleep,
"Leave it there. We'll pick it up when we're ready."
Outside the door, Ernestine's mouth formed a perfect O. Scandalous. Whatever were things coming to? And in the master's bedroom. She hurried downstairs to find Louison, but as he had left, had to content herself with a lengthy lecture to the kitchen sink on the depravity of people nowadays, not at all like what the old Baron had been used to. So she did not hear the soft thud as 4 cases, lowered from the bedroom window on a looped sheet, plumped into the flower bed on the front of the house. Nor did she hear the bedroom door locked from the inside, the limp body of her mistress arranged in a natural sleeping position on the bed, with the clothes tucked up to the chin, the snap of the bedroom window as it shut behind the grey-haired man crouching outside on the sill, nor the thud as he dropped in a clean fall down to the lawn. She did hear the roar as Madame's Renault was gunned into life in the converted stable at the side of the chateau, and peering through the scullery window she caught a glimpse as it swung round into the driveway leading to the front courtyard and away down the drive. "Now what is that young lady up to?" she muttered as she scuttled back upstairs. In front of the bedroom door the tray of coffee was still lukewarm but untouched. After knocking several times she tried the door, but it would not open. The gentleman's bedroom was also locked. Nobody would answer her. Ernestine decided there were goings-on, the sort of goings-on that had not happened since the Boche came to stay as guests of the unwilling Baron back in the old days and asked him silly questions about the young master. She decided to consult Louison. He would be at market, and someone in the local cafe would go to fetch him. She didn't understand the telephone, but believed that if you picked it up, people spoke to you and went and found the person you really wanted to speak to. But it was all nonsense. She picked it up and held it for 10 minutes, but no one spoke to her. She failed to notice the neat slice through the cord where it joined the skirting board of the library. Claude Lebel took the helicopter back to Paris shortly after breakfast. As he said later to Caron, Valentin had been doing a first-class job, despite the obstructions of those damn peasants. By breakfast time he had traced the Jackal to a cafe in Égletons, where he'd had breakfast, and was looking for a taxi driver who had been summoned. Meanwhile he had arranged for roadblocks to be erected in a 20-kilometre radius around Égletons, and they should be in place by midday. Because of the calibre of Valentin, he had given him a hint of the importance of finding the Jackal, and Valentin had agreed to put a ring around Égletons, in his own words, tighter than a mouse's asshole. From Haute-Chalonnière, the little Renault sped off through the mountains, heading south towards Toul. The Jackal estimated that if the police had been inquiring since the previous evening in ever-widening circles from where the Alpha had been found, they must have reached Égletons by dawn. The cafe barman would talk, the taxi driver would talk, and they would be at the chateau by the afternoon, unless he had a lucky break. But even then they would be looking for a blonde Englishman, for he had taken good care that no one had seen him as a grey-haired priest. All the same, it was going to be a close-run thing. He whipped the little car through the mountain byways, finally emerging onto the RN89, 18 kilometres southwest of Égletons, on the road to Toul, which lay another 20 kilometres ahead. He checked his watch. 9:40. As he vanished round a bend at the end of a stretch of straight, a small convoy came buzzing down from Égletons. It comprised a police squad car and 2 closed vans. The convoy stopped in the middle of the straight, and 6 policemen started to erect a steel roadblock. "What do you mean he's out?" roared Valentin to the weeping wife of a taxi driver in Égletons. "Where did he go?"
"I don't know, monsieur. I don't know. He waits every morning at the station square when the morning train comes in from Ussel. If there are no passengers, he comes back here to the garage and gets on with some repair work. If he does not come back, it means he has picked up a fare."
Valentin looked around gloomily. It was no use bawling out the woman. It was a one-man taxi business run by a fellow who also did a bit of repair work on cars. "Did he take anyone anywhere on Friday morning?" he asked more patiently.
"Yes, monsieur. He had come back from the station because there was no one there, and a call came from the café that somebody there wanted a taxi. He had got one of the wheels off and was worried in case the customer should leave and go in another taxi. So he was cussing all through the 20 minutes it took to put the wheel back on. Then he left. He got the fare, but he never said where he took him." She snuffled. "He doesn't talk to me much," she added by way of explanation.
Valentin patted her on the shoulder. "All right, madame. Don't upset yourself. We'll wait till he gets back." He turned to one of the sergeants. "Get a man to the main station, another to the square to the café. You know the number of that taxi. The moment he shows up, I want to see him. Fast." He left the garage and strode to his car. "The commissariat," he said. He had transferred the headquarters of the search to Égletons police station, which had not seen activity like it in years. In a ravine 6 miles outside Toul, the Jackal dumped the suitcase, containing all his English clothes and the passport of Alexander Duggan. It had served him well. The case plummeted over the parapet of the bridge and vanished with a crash into the dense undergrowth at the foot of the gorge. After circling Toul and finding the station, he parked the car unobtrusively 3 streets away and carried his 2 suitcases in grip the half-mile to the railway booking office.
"I would like a single ticket to Paris. 2nd class, please," he told the clerk. "How much is that?"
He peered over his glasses and through the little grill into the cubbyhole where the clerk worked.
97 new francs, monsieur. And what time is the next train, please? 12:50. You've got nearly an hour to wait. There's a restaurant down the platform. Platform 1 for Paris, je vous en prie."
The Jackal picked up his luggage and headed for the barrier. The ticket was clipped, he picked up the cases again and walked through. His path was barred by a blue uniform. "Vos papiers, s'il vous plaît." The CRS man was young, trying to look sterner than his years would allow. He carried a submachine carbine slung over his shoulder. The Jackal put down his luggage again and proffered his Danish passport. The CRS man flicked through it, not understanding a word.
"Vous êtes Danois?"
"Pardon?" "Vous, Danois." He tapped the cover of the passport. The Jackal beamed and nodded in delight.
"Dankst, ja, ja."
The CRS man handed the passport back and jerked his head towards the platform. Without further interest, he stepped forward to bar passage to another traveller coming through the barrier. It was not until nearly 1 o'clock that Louison came back, and he had had a glass of wine or two. His distraught wife poured out her tale of woe. Louison took the matter in hand.
"I shall," he announced, "mount to the window and look in."
He had trouble with the ladder to start with. It kept wanting to go its own way, but eventually it was propped against the brickwork beneath the window of the Baroness's bedroom, and Louison made his unsteady way to the top. He came down 5 minutes later.
"Madame la Baronne is asleep," he announced.
"But she never sleeps this late,"
protested Ernestine. "Well, she is doing today," replied Louison. "One must not disturb her."
The Paris train was slightly late. It arrived at Toul on the dot of 1 o'clock. Among the passengers who boarded it was a grey-haired Protestant pastor. He took a corner seat in a compartment inhabited only by 2 middle-aged women, put on a pair of gold-rimmed reading glasses, took a large book on churches and cathedrals from his hand-grip, and started to read. The arrival time in Paris, he learned, was 8:10 that evening. Charles Bobet stood on the roadside next to his immobilized taxi, looked at his watch, and swore. 1:30. Time for lunch, and here he was stuck on a lonely stretch of road between Égletons and the hamlet of La Mazère, with a busted half-shaft. Merdre and merdre again. He could leave the car and try to walk to the next village, take a bus into Égletons, and return in the evening with a repair truck. That alone would cost him a week's earnings. But then again,
The car doors had no locks, and his fortune was tied up in the rattletrap taxi. Better not leave it for those thieving village kids to ransack. Better to be a little patient and wait until a truck came along that could, for a consideration, tow him back to Égletons. He had had no lunch, but there was a bottle of wine in the glove compartment. Well, it was almost empty now. Crawling around under taxis was thirsty work. He climbed into the back of the car to wait. It was extremely hot on the roadside, and no trucks would be moving until the day had cooled a little. The peasants would be taking their siesta. He made himself comfortable and fell fast asleep. "What do you mean he's not back yet? Where's the bastard gone?" roared Commissaire Valentin down the telephone. He was sitting in the commissariat at Égletons, ringing in the house of the taxi driver and speaking to his own policeman. The babble of the voice on the other end was apologetic. Valentin slammed the phone down. All morning and through the lunch hour, radio reports had come in from the squad cars manning the roadblocks. No one remotely resembling a tall blond Englishman had left the 20-kilometre radius circle around Égletons. Now the sleepy market town was silent in the summer heat, dozing blissfully, as if the 200 policemen from Ussel and Clermont-Ferrand had never descended upon it. It was not until 4 o'clock that Ernestine got her way. "You must go up there again and wake Madame," she urged Louison. "It's not natural for anyone to sleep through the day." Old Louison, who could think of nothing better than to be able to do just that, and whose mouth tasted like a vulture's crotch, disagreed, but knew there was no use in arguing with Ernestine when her mind was made up. He ascended the ladder again, this time more steadily than before, eased up the window, and stepped inside. Ernestine watched from below. After a few minutes, the old man's head came out of the window. "Ernestine!" he called hoarsely. "Madame seems to be dead." He was about to climb back down again when Ernestine screamed at him to open the bedroom door from the inside. Together they peered over the edge of the coverlet, at the eyes staring blankly at the pillow, a few inches away from the face. Ernestine took over. "Louison?" "Yes, my dear?"
"Hurry down to the village and fetch Dr. Mathieu. Hurry now!"
A few minutes later, Louison was pedalling down the drive with all the force his frightened legs could muster. He found Dr. Mathieu, who had tended the ills of the people of Haute-Chalonnière for over 40 years, asleep under the apricot tree at the bottom of his garden, and the old man agreed to come at once. It was 4:30 when his car clattered into the courtyard of the chateau, and 15 minutes later when he straightened up from the bed and turned round on the 2 retainers who stood in the doorway. "Madame is dead. Her neck has been broken," he quavered. "We must fetch the constable." Gendarme Caillou was a methodical man. He knew how serious was the job of an officer of the law, and how important it was to get the facts straight. With much licking of his pencil, he took statements from Ernestine, Louison, and Dr. Mathieu as they sat around the kitchen table. "There is no doubt," he said, when the doctor had signed his statement, "that murder has been done. The first suspect is evidently the blonde Englishman who's been staying here, and who has disappeared in Madame's car. I shall report the matter to headquarters in Égletons." And he cycled back down the hill. Claude Lebel rang Commissaire Valentin from Paris at 6:30. "Allons, Valentin?" "Nothing yet," replied Valentin. "We've had roadblocks up on every road and track leading out of the area since mid-morning. He must be inside the circle somewhere, unless he moved far away after ditching the car. That thrice-damned taxi driver who drove him out of Égletons on Friday morning has not turned up yet. I've got patrols scouring the roads around here for him. Hold it a minute. Another report just coming in." There was a pause on the line, and Lebel could hear Valentin conferring with someone who was speaking quickly. Then Valentin's voice came back on the line. "Name of a dog! What's going on round here? There's been a murder." "Where?" asked Lebel with quickened interest. "At a chateau in the neighbourhood. The report just came in from the village constable." "Who's the dead person?" "The owner of the chateau, a woman. Hold on a moment. The Baroness de la Chalonnière." Caron watched Lebel go pale. "Valentin, listen to me. It's him." Has he got away from the chateau yet?"
There was another conference in the police station at Égletons.
"Yes," said Valentin. "He drove away this morning in the Baroness's car, a small Renault. The gardener discovered the body, but not until this afternoon. He thought she must have been sleeping. Then he climbed through the window and found her." "Have you got the number and description of the car?" asked Lebel. "Yes." "Then put out a general alert. There's no need for secrecy any more. It's a straight murder hunt now. I'll put out a nationwide alert for it. But try and pick up the trail near the scene of the crime if you can. Try to get his general direction of flight." "Right, will do. Now we can really get started." Lebel hung up. "Dear God, I'm getting slow in my old age. The name of the Baron de la Chalonnière was on the guest list at the Hôtel du Cerf the night the Jackal stayed there."
The car was found in a back street in Toul at 7:30 by a policeman on the beat. It was 7:45 before he was back in the police station at Toul, and 7:55 before Toul had contacted Valentin. The commissaire of Auvergne rang Lebel at 8:05. "About 500 metres from the railway station," he told Lebel. "Have you got a railway timetable there?" "Yes, there should be one here somewhere." "What was the time of the morning train to Paris from Toul? And what time is it due at the Gare d'Austerlitz? Hurry, for God's sake, hurry!" There was a murmured conversation at the Égletons end of the line. "Only 2 a day," said Valentin. "The earlier train left at about 1, and is due in Paris at, here we are, 8:10. Lebel left the phone hanging and was halfway out of the office, yelling at Caron to follow him. The 8:10 express steamed majestically into the Gare d'Austerlitz, precisely on time. It had hardly stopped when the doors down its gleaming length were flung open and the passengers were spilling out onto the platform, some to be greeted by waiting relatives, others to stride toward the series of arches that led from the main hall into the taxi rank. One of these was a tall, grey-haired parson in a dog collar. He was one of the first at the taxi rank, and humped his 3 bags into the back of a Mercedes diesel. The driver slammed the meter down and eased away from the entrance to slide down the incline towards the street. The forecourt had a semicircular driveway with 1 gate for coming and 1 for going out. The taxi rolled down the slope towards the exit. Both driver and passenger became aware of a wailing sound rising over and above the clamour of passengers trying to attract the attention of taxi drivers before their turn had arrived. As the taxi reached the level of the street and paused before entering the traffic, 3 squad cars and 2 Black Marias swept into the entrance and drew to a halt before the main arches leading to the station hall. "They're busy tonight, the pricks," said the taxi driver. "Where to, Monsieur l'Abbé?" The parson gave him the address of a small hotel on the Quai de Grand Augustin. Claude Lebel was back in his office at 9 o'clock to find a message asking him to ring Commissaire Valentin at the commissariat in Toul. He was through in 5 minutes. While Valentin talked, he took notes. "Have you fingerprinted the car?" asked Lebel. "Of course, and the room at the chateau. Hundreds of them, all matching. Get them up here as fast as you can." "Right, will do. Do you want me to send the CRS man from Toul railway station up as well?" "No, thanks, but he can't tell us more than he already has. Thanks for trying, Valentin. You can stand your boys down now. He's in our territory now. We'll have to handle it from here." "You're sure it is the Danish pastor?" asked Valentin. "It could be coincidence." "No," said Lebel. "It's him all right. He's junked one of the suitcases. You'll probably find it somewhere between Haute Chalonnière and Toul. Try the rivers and ravines, but the other 3 pieces of luggage match too closely. It's him all right." He hung up. "A parson this time," he said bitterly to Caron. "A Danish parson. Name unknown. The CRS man couldn't remember the name on the passport. The human element, always the human element. A taxi driver goes to sleep by the roadside. A gardener is too nervous to investigate his employer's oversleeping by 6 hours. A policeman doesn't remember a name in a passport. One thing I can tell you, Lucien. This is my last case. I'm getting too old. Old and slow. Get my car ready, would you? Time for the evening roasting." The meeting at the ministry was strained and tense. For 40 minutes the group listened to a step-by-step account of the trail from the forest clearing to Eglinton, the absence of the vital taxi driver, the murder in the chateau, the tall grey Dane boarding the Paris Express at Toul.
"The long and the short of it," said St. Clair icily when he had finished, "is that the killer is now in Paris, with a new name and a new face. You seem to have failed once again, my dear commissaire."
"Let us save the recriminations for later," interposed the minister. "How many Danes are there in Paris tonight?"
"Probably several hundreds, Monsieur le Ministre."
"Can we check them?"
"Only in the morning when the hotel registration cards come into the prefecture," said Lebel.
"I will arrange to have every hotel visited at midnight, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, proposed the prefect of police. "Under the heading of profession, he'll have to put pastor, or the hotel clerk will be suspicious." The room brightened.
"He will probably wrap a scarf round his dog collar, or take it off, and register as Mr. whatever his name is," said Lebel.
Several people glowered at him.
"At this point, gentlemen, there is only one thing left to do," said the minister. "I shall ask for another interview with the President, and ask him to cancel all public appearances until this man is found and disposed of.
In the meantime, every Dane registering in Paris tonight will be checked personally, first thing in the morning."
"I can rely on you for that, commissaire? Monsieur le Préfet de Police?"
Lebel and Papon nodded.
"Then that is all, gentlemen."
"The thing that sticks in my craw,"
said Lebel to Caron later in their office,
"is that they insist on thinking it's just his good luck and our stupidity. Well, he's had good luck, but he's also devilishly clever, and we've had bad luck and we've made mistakes. I've made them. But there's another element. Twice we've missed him by hours. Once he gets out of Gap with a repainted car in the nick of time. Now he leaves the chateau and kills his mistress into the bargain within hours of the Alfa Romeo being found. And each time it's the morning after I have told that meeting at the ministry that we have him in the bag, and his capture can be expected within 12 hours. Lucien, my dear fellow, I think I'm going to use my limitless powers and organize a little wire-tapping."
He was leaning against the window ledge, looking out through and across the softly flowing Seine towards the Latin Quarter, where the lights were bright and the sound of laughter floated over the floodlit water. 300 yards away, another man leaned over his window-sill in the summer night and gazed pensively at the bulk of the police judiciaire lying to the left of the spotlit spires of Notre Dame. He was clad in black trousers and walking shoes, with a polo-neck silk sweater covering a white shirt and black bib. He smoked a king-size English filter cigarette, and the young face belied the shock of iron-grey hair above it. As the two men looked towards each other unknowingly above the waters of the Seine, the varied chimes of the churches of Paris ushered in August the 22nd. Part 3. Anatomy of a Kill. Chapter 19. Claude Lebel had a bad night. It was 1:30, and he had barely got to sleep when Caron shook him awake.
"Chief, I'm sorry about this, but I've got an idea. This chap, the Jackal, he's got a Danish passport, right?"
Lebel shook himself awake.
"Go on." "Well, he must have got it from somewhere. Either he had it forged, or he stole it. But as carrying the passport has entailed a change of hair colouring, it looks as if he stole it."
"Reasonable. Go on."
"Well, apart from his reconnaissance trip to Paris in July, he's been based in London, so the chances are he stole it in one of those two cities. Now, what would a Dane do when his passport was lost or stolen? He'd go to his consulate."
Lebel struggled off the cot.
"Sometimes, my dear Lucien, I think you'll go far. Get me Superintendent Thomas at his home, and then the Danish Consul General in Paris. In that order."
He spent another hour on the phone, and persuaded both men to leave their beds and get back to their offices. Lebel went back to his cot at nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. At 4, he was woken by a call from the Préfecture de Police to say that over 980 hotel registration cards filled in by Danes staying in Paris hotels had been brought in by the collections at midnight and 2 a.m., and sorting of them into categories of probable, possible, and others had already started. At 6 he was still awake and drinking coffee when the call came from the engineers at the DST, to whom he had given his instructions just after midnight. There had been a catch. He took a car and drove down through the early morning streets to their headquarters, with Caron beside him. In a basement communications laboratory, they listened to a tape recording. It started with a loud click, then a series of whirs as if someone were dialing 7 figures. Then there was the long buzz of a telephone ringing, followed by another click as the receiver was lifted. A husky voice said, "Hello?" A woman's voice said, "Ici Jacqueline." The man's voice replied, "Ici Valmy." The woman said quickly, "They know he's a Danish parson. They're checking through the night the hotel registration cards of all Danes in Paris, with card collections at midnight, 2 and 4 o'clock. Then they're going to visit everyone." There was a pause. Then the man's voice said, "Merci." He hung up, and the woman did the same. Labelle stared at the slowly turning tape spool. "You know the number she rang?" Labelle asked the engineer. "Yes, we can work it out from the length of the delay while the dialing disc spins back to 0. The number was Molitor 5901. You have the address?" The man passed him a slip of paper. Labelle glanced at it. "Come on, Lucien. Let's go and pay a call on Monsieur Valmy." The knock came at 7 o'clock. The schoolmaster was brewing himself a cup of breakfast coffee on the gas ring. With a frown he turned down the gas and crossed the sitting room to open the door. 4 men were facing him. He knew who they were and what they were, without being told. The 2 in uniform looked as if they were going to lunge at him, but the short, mild-looking man gestured for them to remain where they were. "We tapped the phone," said the little man quietly. "You're Valmy." The schoolmaster gave no sign of emotion. He stepped back and let them enter the room. "May I get dressed?" he asked. "Yes, of course." It took him only a few minutes, as the 2 uniformed policemen stood over him, to draw on trousers and shirt, without bothering to remove his pyjamas. The younger man in plain clothes stood in the doorway. The older man wandered round the flat, inspecting the piles of books and papers. "It'll take ages to sort through this little lot, Lucien," he said, and the man in the doorway grunted. "Not our department, thank God." "Are you ready?" the little man asked the schoolmaster. "Yes." "Take him downstairs to the car." The commissaire remained when the other 4 had left, rifling through the papers on which the schoolmaster had apparently been working the night before. But they were all ordinary school examination papers, being corrected. Apparently the man worked from his flat. He would have to stay in the flat all day to remain on the end of the telephone in case the Jackal called. It was 7:10 when the telephone rang. Labelle watched it for several seconds. Then his hand reached out and picked it up. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was flat, toneless. "Ici Jackal." Labelle thought furiously. "Ici Valmy," he said. There was a pause. He didn't know what else to say. "What's new?" asked the voice at the other end. "Nothing. They've lost the trail in Corrèze." There was a film of sweat on his forehead. It was vital the man stay where he was for a few hours more. There was a click, and the phone went dead. Labelle replaced it and raced downstairs to the car at the curbside. "Back to the office!" he yelled at the driver. In the telephone booth in the foyer of a small hotel by the banks of the Seine, the Jackal stared out through the glass, perplexed. Nothing? There must be more than nothing. This Commissaire Labelle was no fool. They must have traced the taxi driver in Égletons, and from there to the Haute Chalonnière. They must have found the body in the chateau and the missing Renault. They might have found the Renault in Toul and questioned the staff at the station. They must have... He strode out of the telephone booth and across the foyer. "My bill, if you please," he told the clerk. "I shall be down in 5 minutes." The call from Superintendent Thomas came in as Labelle entered his office at 7:30. "Sorry to have been so long,"
said the British detective. "It took ages to wake the Danish consular staff and get them back to the office. You were quite right. On July the 14th, a Danish parson reported the loss of his passport. He suspected it had been stolen from his room at a West End hotel, but couldn't prove it. He didn't file a complaint, to the relief of the hotel manager. A name of Pastor Per Jensen of Copenhagen. Description: 6 feet tall, blue eyes, grey hair." "That's the one. Thank you, Superintendent." Lebel put the phone down. "Get me the prefecture," he told Carroll. The 4 Black Marias arrived outside the hotel on the Quai de Grand Augustin at 8:30. The police turned room 37 over until it looked as if a tornado had hit it. "I'm sorry, Monsieur le Commissaire," the proprietor told the rumpled-looking detective who led the raid. "Monsieur Jensen checked out an hour ago." The Jackal had taken a cruising taxi back towards the Gare d'Austerlitz, where he had arrived the previous evening, on the grounds that the search for him would have moved elsewhere. He deposited the suitcase containing the gun and military greatcoat and clothes of the fictitious Frenchman André Martin in the left luggage office, and retained only the suitcase in which he carried the clothes and papers of American student Marty Schulberg, and the hand grip with the articles of make-up. With these, still dressed in the black suit but with a polo sweater covering the dog collar, he checked into a poky hotel round the corner from the station. The clerk let him fill in his own registration card, being too idle to check the card against the passport on the visitor, as regulations required. As a result, the registration card was not even in the name of Per Jensen. Once up in his room, the Jackal set to work on his face and hair. The grey dye was washed out with the aid of a solvent, and the blonde reappeared. This was tinted with the chestnut-brown colouring of Marty Schulberg. The blue contact lenses remained in place, but the gold-rimmed glasses were replaced by the American's heavy-rimmed executive spectacles. The black walking shoes, socks, shirt, bib, and clerical suit were bundled into the suitcase, along with the passport of Pastor Jensen of Copenhagen. He dressed instead in the loafers, socks, jeans, T-shirt, and windbreaker of the American college boy from Syracuse, New York. By mid-morning, with the American's passport in one breast pocket and a wad of French francs in the other, he was ready to move. The suitcase containing the last remains of Pastor Jensen went into the wardrobe, and the key of the wardrobe went down the flush of the bidet. He used the fire escape to depart, and was no more heard of in that hotel. A few minutes later, he deposited the hand grip in the left luggage office at the Gare d'Austerlitz, stuffed the docket for the second case into his back pocket to join the docket of the first suitcase, and went on his way. He took a taxi back to the left bank, got out at the corner of Boulevard Saint-Michel and the Rue de la Huchette, and vanished into the crowds of students and young people who inhabit the rabbit warren of the Latin Quarter of Paris. Sitting at the back of a smoky dive for a cheap lunch, he started to wonder where he was going to spend the night. He had few doubts that Lebel would have exposed Pastor Per Jensen by this time, and he gave Marty Schulberg no more than 24 hours. "Damn that man, Lebel," he thought savagely, but smiled broadly at the waitress and said, "Thanks, honey." Lebel was back onto Thomas in London at 10 o'clock. His request caused Thomas to give a low groan, but he replied courteously enough that he would do everything he could. When the phone went down, Thomas summoned the senior inspector who'd been on the investigation the previous week. "All right, sit down," he said. "The Frenchies have been back on. It seems they've missed him again. Now he's in the centre of Paris, and they suspect he might have another false identity prepared. We can both start as of now, ringing round every consulate in London, asking for a list of passports of visiting foreigners reported lost or stolen since July 1st. Forget Negroes and Asiatics. Just stick to Caucasians. In each case, I want to know the height of the man. Everybody above 5'8" is suspect. Get to work." The daily meeting at the ministry in Paris had been brought forward to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lebel's report was delivered in his usual inoffensive monotone, but the reception was icy. "Damn the man!" exclaimed the minister halfway through. "He has the luck of the devil." "No, Monsieur le Ministre, it hasn't been luck, at least not all of it. He has been kept constantly informed of our progress at every stage. This is why he left Gap in such a hurry, and why he killed the woman at La Chalonnière and left just before the net closed. Every night I have reported my progress to this meeting. 3 times we have been within hours of catching him. This morning it was the arrest of Valmy and my inability to impersonate Valmy on the telephone that caused him to leave where he was and change into another identity. But the first 2 occasions he was tipped off in the early morning after I had briefed this meeting. There was a frigid silence round the table.
I seem to recall, Commissaire, that this suggestion of yours has been made before, said the Minister coldly. I hope you can substantiate it.
For answer, Lebel lifted a small portable tape recorder onto the table and pressed the starter button. In the silence of the conference room, the conversation, tapped from the telephone, sounded metallic and harsh. When it finished, the whole room stared at the machine on the table. Colonel St. Clair had gone ashen grey, and his hands trembled slightly as he shuffled his papers together into his folder.
"Whose voice was that?"
asked the Minister finally. Lebel remained silent. St. Clair rose slowly, and the eyes of the room swivelled onto him.
"I regret to have to inform you, Monsieur le Ministre, that it was the voice of a friend of mine. She is staying with me at the present time. Excuse me."
He left the room to return to the palace and write his resignation. Those in the room stared at their hands in silence.
"Very well, Commissaire."
The Minister's voice was very quiet.
"You may continue."
Lebel resumed his report, relating his request to Thomas in London to trace every missing passport over the previous 50 days.
"I hope," he concluded, "to have a short list by this evening of probably no more than 1 or 2 who fit the description we already have of the Jackal. As soon as I know, I shall ask the countries of origin of these tourists in London who lost their passports to provide photographs of those people, for we can be sure the Jackal will by now look more like his new identity than like either Calthrop or Duggan or Jensen. With luck, I should have these photographs by noon tomorrow."
"For my part," said the Minister, "I can report on my conversation with President de Gaulle. He has refused point-blank to change an item of his itinerary for the future to shield himself from this killer. Frankly, it was to be expected. However, I was able to obtain one concession. The ban on publicity may now be lifted, at least in this respect. The Jackal is now a common murderer. He has slain the Baronne de la Chalonnière in her own home in the course of a burglary, of which the objective was her jewellery. He is believed to have fled to Paris and to be hiding here. All right, gentlemen? That is what will be released for the afternoon papers, at least the last editions. As soon as you are quite certain as to the new identity, or choice of 2 or 3 alternative identities under which he is now masquerading, Commissaire, you are authorized to release that name or those names to the press. This will enable the morning papers to update the story with a new lead. When the photograph of the unfortunate tourist who lost his passport in London comes through tomorrow morning, you can release it to the evening papers, radio and television, for a second update to the murder hunt story. Apart from that, the moment we get a name, every policeman and CRS man in Paris will be on the street, stopping every soul in sight to examine their papers."
The Prefect of Police, Chief of the CRS and Director of the PJ were taking furious notes. The Minister resumed.
"The DST will check every sympathiser of the OAS known to them with the assistance of the Central Records Office. Understood?"
The heads of the DST and the RG Office nodded vigorously.
"The Police Judiciaire will take every one of its detectives off whatever he's on and transfer them to the murder hunt."
Max Ferney of the PJ nodded.
"As regards the palace itself, evidently I shall need a complete list of every movement the President intends to take from now on, even if he himself has not been informed of the extra precautions being taken in his interest.
This is one of those occasions when we must risk his wrath in his own interest. And of course, I can rely on the Presidential Security Corps to tighten up the ring around the President as never before. Commissaire Ducret?"
Jean Ducret, head of de Gaulle's personal bodyguard, inclined his head.
"The Brigade Criminelle,"
the minister fixed Commissaire Bouvier with his eye,
"obviously has a lot of underworld contacts in its pay. I want everyone mobilized to keep an eye out for this man, name and description to be supplied. Right?"
Maurice Bouvier nodded gruffly.
Privately, he was disquieted. He had seen a few manhunts in his time, but this was gigantic. The moment Lebel provided a name and a passport number, not to mention a description, there would be nearly 100,000 men from the security forces to the underworld, scanning the streets, hotels, bars and restaurants for one man. "Is there any other source of information that I've overlooked?" asked the minister.
Colonel Roland glanced quickly at General Guibault, then at Commissaire Bouvier. He coughed.
"There is always the Union course."
General Guibault studied his nails.
Bouvier looked daggers.
Most of the others looked embarrassed.
The Union course, Brotherhood of the Corsicans, descendants of the brothers of Ajaccio, sons of the Vendetta, was, and still is, the biggest organized crime syndicate in France. They already ran Marseille and most of the south coast. Some experts believe them to be older and more dangerous than the Mafia. Never having emigrated like the Mafia to America in the early years of this century, they had avoided the publicity that had since then made the Mafia a household word. Twice already Gaullism had allied itself with the Union, and both times found it valuable but embarrassing, for the Union always asked for a kickback, usually in a relaxation of police surveillance of their crime records. The Union had helped the Allies to invade the south of France in August 1944, and had owned Marseille and Toulon ever since. It had helped again in the fight against the Algerian settlers and the OAS after April 1961, and for this had spread its tentacles far north and into Paris. Maurice Bouvier, as a policeman, hated their guts, but he knew Roland's action service used Corsicans heavily. "You think they can help?" asked the minister. "If this Jackal is as astute as they say," replied Roland, "then I would reckon that if anyone in Paris can find him, the Union can." "How many of them are there in Paris?" asked the minister dubiously. "About 80,000. Some in the police, customs officers, CRS, Secret Service, and of course the underworld. And they're organized." "Use them," said the minister. There were no more suggestions. "Well, that's it then. Commissaire Lebel, all we want from you now is one name, one description, one photograph. After that, I give this Jackal 6 hours of liberty." "Actually, we have 3 days," said Lebel, who had been staring out of the window. His audience looked startled. "How do you know that?" asked Max Fernet. Lebel blinked rapidly several times. "I must apologize. I've been very silly not to see it before. For a week now, I've been certain that the Jackal had a plan, and that he had picked his day for killing the President. When he quit Gap, why did he not immediately become Pastor Jensen? Why did he not drive to Valence and pick up the express to Paris immediately? Why did he arrive in France and then spend a week killing time?" "Well, why?" asked someone. "Because he has picked his day," said Lebel. "He knows when he's going to strike. Commissaire Ducret, has the President got any engagements outside the palace today or tomorrow or Saturday?" Ducret shook his head. What is Sunday? August 25th? asked Lebel. There was a sigh round the table like wind blowing through corn. "Of course," breathed the minister. "Liberation Day. And the crazy thing is, most of us were here with him on that day, the liberation of Paris, 1944. "Precisely," said Lebel. "He's a bit of a psychologist, our Jackal. He knows there is one day of the year that General de Gaulle will never spend elsewhere than here. It is, so to speak, his great day. That is what the assassin has been waiting for." "In that case," said the minister briskly, "we've got him. With his source of information gone, there's no corner of Paris where he can hide, no single community of Parisians that will take him in, even unwittingly, and give him protection and shelter. We have him. Commissaire Lebel, give us that man's name."
Claude Lebel rose and went to the door. The others were rising and preparing to leave for lunch.
"Oh, there is one thing,"
the minister called after Lebel.
"How did you know to tap the telephone line of Colonel St. Clair's private apartment?"
Lebel turned in the doorway and shrugged.
"I didn't," he said. "So last night I tapped all your telephones. Good day, gentlemen."
At 5 that afternoon, sitting over a beer at a café terrace just off the Place de l'Odéon, his face shielded from the sunlight by dark glasses such as everyone else was wearing, the Jackal got his idea. He got it from watching two men stroll by in the street. He paid for his beer, got up and left. 100 yards down the street he found what he was looking for, a woman's beauty shop. He went in and made a few purchases. At 6 that evening, papers changed their headlines. The late editions carried a screaming banner across the top. "Assassin de la belle Baronne se réfugie à Paris." There was a photo beneath it of the Baronne de la Chalonnière, taken from a society picture of her 5 years ago at a party in Paris. It had been found in the archives of a picture agency, and the same photo was in every paper. At 6:30, with a copy of François under his arm, Colonel Roland entered a small café off the Rue Washington. The dark-jowled barman glanced at him keenly and nodded towards another man at the back of the hall. The second man came over and accosted Roland.
"Colonel Roland?"
The head of the Action Service nodded.
"Please, follow me."
He led the way through a door at the back of the café and up to a small sitting room on the first floor, probably the owner's private dwelling. He knocked, and a voice inside said, "Entrez." As the door closed behind him, Roland took the outstretched hand of the man who had risen from an armchair.
"Colonel Roland? Enchanté. I am the capo of the Union Corps. I understand you're looking for a certain man."
It was 8 o'clock when Superintendent Thomas came through from London. He sounded tired. It had not been an easy day. Some consulates had cooperated willingly. Others had been extremely difficult. Apart from women, Negroes, Asiatics, and short men, 8 foreign male tourists had lost or had stolen their passports in London during the previous 50 days, he said. Carefully and succinctly, he listed them all, with names, passport numbers, and descriptions. "Now let us start to deduct those whom it cannot be," he suggested to Lebel. 3 lost their passports during periods when we know that the Jackal, alias Duggan, was not in London. We've been checking airline bookings and ticket sales right back to July 1st as well. It seems on July 18th he took the evening flight to Copenhagen. According to BEA, he bought a ticket at their counter in Brussels, paying cash, and flew back to England on the evening of August the 6th. "Yes, that checks," said Lebel. "We've discovered that part of that journey out of London was spent in Paris, from July 22nd until July 31st. "Well," said Thomas, his voice crackling on the London line, 3 of the passports were missing while he was not here. We can count them out, yes?" "Right," said Lebel. "Of the remaining 5, one is immensely tall, 6 feet 6 inches. That's over 2 meters in your language. Besides which, he's Italian, which means that his height on the flyleaf of his passport is given in meters and centimeters, which would be immediately understood by a French customs officer who would notice the difference, unless the Jackal is walking on stilts." "I agree. The man must be a giant. Count him out." "What of the other 4? asked Lebel. "Well, one is immensely fat, 242 pounds, or well over 100 kilos. The Jackal would have to be so padded he could hardly walk." "Count him out," said Lebel. "Who else?" "Another is too old. He's the right height, but over 70. The Jackal could hardly look that old unless a real expert in theatrical make-up went to work on his face." "Count him out too," said Lebel.
What about the last two?" "One's Norwegian, the other American," said Thomas. "Both fit the bill. Tall, wide-shouldered, between 20 and 50. There are two things that militate against the Norwegian being your man. For one thing, he is blonde. I don't think the Jackal, after being exposed as Duggan, will go back to his own hair colouring, would he? He would look too much like Duggan. The other thing is, the Norwegian reported to his consul that he's certain his passport slipped out of his pocket when he fell fully clothed into the Serpentine while boating with a girlfriend. He swears the passport was in his breast pocket when he fell in, and was not there 15 minutes later when he climbed out. On the other hand, the American made a sworn statement to the police at London Airport to the effect that his hand grip with the passport inside it was stolen while he was looking the other way in the main hall of the airport building. What do you think?" "Send me," said Lebel, "all the details of the American. I'll get his photograph from the passport office in Washington. And thank you again for all your efforts." There was a second meeting in the ministry at 10 that evening. It was the briefest so far. Already an hour previously, every department of the apparatus of the security of state had received mimeographed copies of the details of Marty Schulberg, wanted for murder. A photograph was expected before morning, in time for the first editions of the evening papers that would be appearing on the streets by 10 in the morning. The minister rose. "Gentlemen, when we first met, we agreed to a suggestion by Commissaire Bouvier that the identification of the assassin known as the Jackal was basically a task for pure detective work. With hindsight, I would not disagree with that diagnosis. We have been fortunate in having had, for these past 10 days, the services of Commissaire Lebel. Despite 3 changes of identity by the assassin, from Calthrop to Duggan, Duggan to Jensen, and Jensen to Schulberg, and despite a constant leak of information from within this room, he has managed both to identify and, within the limits of this city, to track down our man. We owe him our thanks." He inclined his head towards Lebel, who looked embarrassed. "However, from now on the task must devolve upon us all. We have a name, a description, a passport number, a nationality. Within hours we shall have a photograph. I am confident that with the forces at your disposal, within hours after that, we shall have our man. Already every policeman in Paris, every CRS man, every detective has received his briefing. Before morning, or at latest tomorrow noon, there will be no place to hide for this man. And now let me congratulate you again, Commissaire Lebel, and remove from your shoulders the burden and the strain of this inquiry. We shall not be needing your invaluable assistance in the hours to come. Your task is done, and well done. Thank you." He waited patiently. Lebel blinked rapidly several times and rose from his seat. He bobbed his head at the assembly of powerful men who commanded thousands of underlings and millions of francs. They smiled back at him. He turned and left the room. For the first time in 10 days, Commissaire Claude Lebel went home to bed. As he turned the key in the lock and caught the first shrill rebuke of his wife, the clock chimed midnight, and it was August 23rd. Chapter 20. The Jackal entered the bar an hour before midnight. It was dark, and for several seconds he could hardly make out the shape of the room. There was a long bar running down the left-hand wall, with an illuminated row of mirrors and bottles behind it. The barman stared at him with unveiled curiosity as the door swung closed. The shape of the room was long and narrow down the length of the bar, with small tables set on the right-hand wall. At the far end, the room broadened into a salon, and here there were larger tables where 4 or 6 could sit together. A row of bar stools were against the bar counter. Most of the chairs and stools were occupied by the night's habitual clientele. The conversation had stopped at the tables nearest to the door while the customers examined him, and the hush spread down the room as others further away caught the glances of their companions and turned to study the tall, athletic figure by the door. A few whispers were exchanged, and a giggle or two. He spotted a spare bar stool at the far end and walked between the tables on the right and the bar on the left to reach it. He swung himself onto the bar stool,
Behind him, he caught a quick whisper.
"Oh, regarde-moi ça. Those muscles, darling. I'm going out of my mind."
The barman slipped down the length of the bar to stand opposite him and get a better look. The carmined lips widened in a coquettish smile.
"Bonsoir, monsieur."
There was a chorus of giggles from behind, most of them malicious.
"Donnez-moi un scotch."
The barman waltzed away, delighted. A man! A man! A man! Oh, there was going to be such a row tonight. He could see the petits folles on the far side of the corridor sharpening their claws. Most were waiting for their regular butches, but some were now without a date and had turned up on spec. This new boy, he thought, was going to create an absolute sensation. The client next to the Jackal turned towards him and gazed with unconcealed curiosity. The hair was a metallic gold, meticulously groomed down onto the forehead in a series of pointed spikes, like a young Greek god on an ancient frieze. There the likeness ended. The eyes were mascaraed, the lips a delicate coral, the cheeks dusted with powder. But the make-up could not conceal the tired lines of an aging degenerate, nor the mascara the arid, hungry eyes.
"Tu m'invites?"
The voice was a girlish lisp. The Jackal slowly shook his head. The drag shrugged and turned back to his companions. They went on with their conversation in whispers and squeaks of mock dismay. The Jackal had taken off his windbreaker, and as he reached for his drink, proffered by the barman, the muscles down the shoulders and back rippled under the T-shirt. The barman was delighted. Straight? No, he couldn't be. He wouldn't be here. And not a butch looking for a Nance, or why had he snubbed poor little Corinne when she asked for a drink? He must be, oh, how marvellous, a handsome young butch looking for an old queen to take him home. What fun there was going to be tonight. The butches started homing in just before midnight, sitting at the back, surveying the crowd, occasionally beckoning the barman for a whispered conversation. The barman would return to the bar and signal to one of the girls. "Monsieur Pierre wants to have a word with you, darling. Try and look your best, and for God's sake don't cry like you did last time." The Jackal made his mark shortly after midnight. Two of the men at the back had been eyeing him for several minutes. They were at different tables, and occasionally shot each other venomous glances. Both were in late middle age. One was fat, with tiny eyes buried in obese lids, and rolls on the back of his neck that flowed over his collar. He looked gross and piggish. The other was slim, elegant, with a vulture's neck and a balding pate, across which the few strands of hair were elaborately plastered. He wore a beautifully tailored suit, with narrow trousers, and a jacket whose sleeves showed a hint of lace at the cuffs. There was a flowing silk foulard artfully knotted at the throat. Something to do with the world of the arts, fashion or hair-styling, the Jackal thought. The fat one beckoned to the barman and whispered in his ear. A large note slipped into the barman's tight trousers. He returned across the bar floor. "The monsieur wonders if you would care to join him for a glass of champagne," whispered the barman, and regarded him archly. The Jackal put down his whisky. "Tell the monsieur," he said clearly, so the pansies round the bar could hear, "that he doesn't attract me." There were gasps of horror, and several of the flick-knife-thin young men slipped off their bar stools to come nearer so they would not miss a word. The barman's eyes opened wide with horror. "He's offering you champagne, darling. We know him. He's absolutely loaded. You've made a hit." For reply, the Jackal slid off his bar stool, took his glass of whisky, and sauntered over to the other old queen. "Would you permit that I sit here?" he asked. "One is embarrassing me." The arty one almost fainted with pleasure. A few minutes later, the fat man, still glowering from the insult, left the bar, while his rival, his bony old hand indolently placed across that of the young American at his table, told his newfound friend what absolutely shocking manners some people had. The Jackal and his escort left the bar after 1 o'clock. Several minutes before, the man whose name was Jules Bernard had asked the Jackal where he was staying. With a show of shamefacedness, the Jackal admitted that he had nowhere to stay, and that he was flat broke, a student down on his luck. As for Bernard, he could hardly believe his good fortune. As chance would have it, he told his young friend, he had a beautiful flat, very nicely decorated,
and quite quiet. He lived alone. No one ever disturbed him, and he never had anything to do with the neighbours in the block, because in the past they had been terribly, terribly rude. He would be delighted if young Martin would stay with him while he was in Paris. With another show, this time of intense gratitude, the Jackal had accepted. Just before they left the bar, he had slipped into the lavatory. There was only one, and had emerged a few minutes later with his eyes heavily mascaraed, powder on his cheeks, and lipstick on his mouth. Bernard looked very put out, but concealed it while they were still in the bar. Outside on the pavement, he protested. "I don't like you in that stuff. Makes you look like all those nasty pansies back in there. You're a very good-looking young boy. You don't need all that stuff." "Sorry, Jules, I thought it would improve things for you. I'll wipe it off when we get home." Slightly mollified, Bernard led the way to his car. He agreed to drive his new friend first to the Gare Austerlitz to pick up his bags, before going home. At the first crossroads, a policeman stepped into the road and flagged them down. As the policeman's head came down to the driver's side window, the Jackal flicked the inside light on. The policeman stared for a minute, then his face drew back with an expression of revulsion. "Allez," he commanded without further ado. As the car rolled away, he muttered, "Sale pédé." There was one more stop, just before the station, and the policeman asked for papers. The Jackal giggled seductively. "Is that all you want?" he asked archly. "Fuck off," said the policeman, and withdrew. "Don't annoy them like that," protested Bernard sotto voce. "You'll get us arrested." The Jackal withdrew his 2 suitcases from the left luggage office without more than a disgusted glance from the clerk in charge, and hefted them into the back of Bernard's car. There was one more stop on the way to Bernard's flat. This time it was by 2 CRS men, one a sergeant and the other a private, who flagged them down at the street junction a few hundred metres from where Bernard lived. The private came round to the passenger door and stared into the Jackal's face. Then he recoiled. "My God, where are you two going?" he growled. The Jackal pouted. "Where do you think, sweetie?" The CRS man screwed up his face in disgust. "You fucking queers make me sick. Move on." "You should have asked to see their identity papers," said the sergeant to the private as the tail lights of Bernard's car disappeared down the street. "Oh, come on, Sarge," protested the private. "We're looking for a fellow who screwed the arse off a baroness and did her in, not a couple of raving fairies." Bernard and the Jackal were inside the flat by 2 o'clock. The Jackal insisted on spending the night on the studio couch in the drawing-room, and Bernard quelled his objections, although he peeked through the bedroom door as the young American undressed. It was evidently going to be a delicate but exciting chase to seduce the iron-muscled student from New York. In the night, the Jackal checked the refrigerator in the well-appointed and effeminately decorated kitchen, and decided there was enough food for one person for 3 days, but not for 2. In the morning, Bernard wanted to go out for fresh milk, but the Jackal detained him, insisting that he preferred tin milk for his coffee. So they spent the morning indoors talking. The Jackal insisted on seeing the midday television news. The first item concerned the hunt for the killer of Madame la Baronne de la Chalonnière 48 hours earlier. Jules Bernard squealed with horror. "Oh, I can't stand violence," he said. The next second, the screen was filled with a face, a good-looking young face, with chestnut-brown hair and heavy-rimmed glasses, belonging, so the announcer said, to the killer, an American student by the name of Marty Schulberg. Would anybody having seen this man, or having any knowledge— Bernard, who was sitting on the sofa, turned round and looked up. The last thing he thought was that the announcer had not been right, for he had said Schulberg's eyes were blue, but the eyes looking down at him from behind the steel fingers that gripped his throat were grey. A few minutes later, the door of the hall coat cupboard closed on the staring, distorted features, hair awry and tongue protruding, of Jules Bernard. The Jackal took a magazine out of the rack in the drawing-room and settled down to wait for 2 days. During those 2 days, Paris was searched as it never had been before. Every hotel, from the smartest and most expensive
to the sleaziest whorehouse was visited, and the guest list checked. Every pension, rooming house, flop house and hostel was searched. Bars, restaurants, nightclubs, cabarets and cafes were haunted by plain-clothesmen who showed the picture of the wanted man to waiters, barmen and bouncers. The house or flat of every known OAS sympathiser was raided and turned over. More than 70 young men bearing a passing resemblance to the killer were taken for questioning, later to be released with routine apologies, even these only because they were all foreigners, and foreigners have to be more courteously treated than natives. Hundreds of thousands in the streets, in taxis and on buses were stopped, and their papers examined. Roadblocks appeared on all the major access points for Paris, and late-night strollers were accosted several times within the space of a mile or two. In the underworld, the Corsicans were at work, silently slipping through the haunts of pimps, prostitutes, hustlers, pickpockets, hoodlums, thieves and conmen, warning anyone withholding information would incur the wrath of the Union, with all that that could entail. 100,000 men in the employ of the state, in various capacities from senior detectives to soldiers and gendarmes, were on the lookout. The estimated 50,000 of the underworld and its fringe industries vetted the passing faces. Those making a living off the tourist industry by day or night were briefed to keep their eyes open. Students, cafes, bars and talking clubs, social groups and unions were infiltrated with youthful-looking detectives. Agencies specializing in placing foreign exchange students with French families were visited and warned. It was on the evening of August the 24th that Commissaire Claude Lebel, who had spent the Saturday afternoon pottering about his garden in a cardigan and patched trousers, was summoned by telephone to report to the minister in his private office. A car came for him at 6 o'clock. When he saw the minister, he was surprised. The dynamic chief of the whole of France's internal security apparatus looked tired and strained. He seemed to have grown older inside 48 hours, and there were lines of sleeplessness round the eyes. He gestured Lebel to a chair opposite his desk, and seated himself in the swivel chair in which he liked to be able to spin round from the window with its view of the Place Beauvau back to the desk. This time he did not look out of the window.
"We can't find him," he said briefly. "He's vanished, just disappeared off the face of the earth. The OAS people, we're convinced, just don't know where he is any more than we do. The underworld hasn't had sight nor sound of him. The Union course reckons he can't be in town."
He paused and sighed, contemplating the little detective across the desk, who blinked several times, but said nothing.
"I don't think we ever really had any idea what kind of man you've been pursuing these past 2 weeks. What do you think?"
"He's here, somewhere," said Lebel. "What are the arrangements like for tomorrow?" The minister looked as if he was in physical pain.
"The President won't change a thing or permit any of his planned itinerary to be altered. I spoke to him this morning. He was not pleased. So tomorrow remains the same as published. He will rekindle the eternal flame under the Arc de Triomphe at 10, High Mass in Notre-Dame at 11, private meditation at the Shrine of the Martyred Resistance at Mont Valérien at 12:30, then back to the palace for lunch and siesta. One ceremony in the afternoon, presentation of Médaille de la Libération to a group of 10 veterans of the Resistance, whose services to the Resistance are being rather belatedly recognized. That's at 4 o'clock on the square in front of the Gare de Montparnasse. He chose the place himself. If construction goes ahead according to plan, it may be the last Liberation Day that the old facade of the station remains untouched."
"What about crowd control?" asked Lebel.
"Well, we've all been working on it. Crowds are to be kept back at every ceremony, further than ever before. Steel crowd barriers go up several hours before each ceremony. Then the area inside the barrier ring is searched from top to bottom, including the sewers. Every house and apartment is to be searched. Before each ceremony, and during it, there'll be watchers with guns on every nearby rooftop, surveying the opposite roofs and windows. Nobody gets through the barriers except officials and those taking part in the ceremonies. We've gone to some extraordinary lengths this time. Even the cornices of Notre-Dame, inside and out, will be infiltrated by policemen, right up to the roof and among the spires. All the priests taking part in Mass will be searched for concealed weapons, and the acolytes and choir boys. Even the police and the CRS are having special lapel badges issued tomorrow morning at dawn, in case he tries to masquerade as a security man. We spent the past 24 hours secretly slipping bulletproof windows in the Citroen the President will ride in. Incidentally, don't breathe a word of that. Not even the President must know. He'd be furious. Marot will drive him as usual, and he's been told to speed up the pace faster than usual, in case our friend tries for a snapshot of the car. Ducret has drafted in a posse of especially tall officers and officials to try and hedge the general round without him noticing. Apart from that, everybody who comes within 200 metres of him is going to be frisked, no exceptions. It'll create havoc with the diplomatic corps, and the press is threatening a revolt. All press and diplomatic passes are going to be suddenly changed at dawn tomorrow, in case the Jackal tries to slip in as one of them. Obviously, anyone with a package or a lengthy-looking object will be hustled away as soon as spotted. Well, have you any ideas?
Lebel thought for a moment, twisting his hands between his knees like a schoolboy trying to explain himself to his headmaster. In truth, he found some of the workings of the Fifth Republic rather overpowering for a cop who had started on the beat and had spent his life catching criminals by keeping his eyes open a bit wider than anyone else.
"I don't think," he said at length, "that he'll risk getting killed himself. He's a mercenary. He kills for money. He wants to get away and spend his money, and he's worked out his plan in advance during his reconnaissance trip here in the last 8 days of July. If he had any doubts either about the success of the operation or of his chances of getting away, he would have turned back before now. So he must have something up his sleeve. He could work out for himself that on the one day of the year, Liberation Day, General de Gaulle's pride would forbid him staying at home, no matter what the personal danger. He could probably have worked out that the security precautions, particularly after his presence had been discovered, would be as intensive as you describe, Monsieur le Ministre. And yet he didn't turn back. Lebel rose, and despite the breach of protocol, paced up and down the room. He didn't turn back, and he won't turn back. Why? Because he thinks he can do it, and get away. Therefore he must have hit on some idea that nobody else has ever thought of. It has to be a bomb triggered by remote control, or a rifle. But a bomb could well be discovered, and that would ruin everything. So it's a gun. That was why he needed to enter France by car. The gun was in the car, probably welded to the chassis or inside the panelling. "But he can't get a gun near de Gaulle," cried the minister. "Nobody can get near him except a few, and they're being searched. How can he get a gun inside the circle of crowd barriers?"
Lebel stopped pacing and faced the minister. He shrugged.
"I don't know, but he thinks he can, and he's not failed yet, despite having some bad luck and some good. Despite being betrayed and tracked by 2 of the best police forces in the world, he's here, with a gun, in hiding, perhaps with yet another face and identity card. One thing is certain, Minister. Wherever he is, he must emerge tomorrow. When he does, he must be spotted for what he is, and that comes down to one thing, the old detective's adage of keeping your eyes open. There's nothing more I can suggest as regards the security precautions, Minister. They seem perfect, indeed overwhelming. So may I just wander round each of the ceremonies and see if I can spot him? It's the only thing left to do."
The minister was disappointed. He had hoped for some flash of inspiration, some brilliant revelation from the detective whom Bouvier had described a fortnight earlier as the best in France. And the man had suggested he keep his eyes open. The minister rose. "Of course," he said coldly. "Please do just that, Monsieur le Commissaire." Later that evening, the Jackal laid out his preparations in Jules Bernard's bedroom. On the bed were the pair of scuffed black shoes, grey woolen socks, trousers and open-neck shirt, long military greatcoat with a single row of campaign ribbons, and black beret of the French war veteran André Martin. He tossed on top the false papers forged in Brussels that gave the wearer of the clothes his new identity. Besides these, he laid out the light webbing harness he had had made in London,
and the 5 steel tubes that looked like aluminium, and which contained the stock, breech, barrel, silencer, and telescopic sight of his rifle.
Lying beside them was the black rubber stud into which were stuffed 5 explosive bullets. He took 2 of the bullets out of the rubber, and using the pliers from the toolbox under the kitchen sink, carefully removed the noses from them. From inside each, he slid the small pencil of cordite they contained. These he kept. The cases of the now useless cartridges he threw in the ash can. He still had 3 bullets left, and these would suffice. He had not shaved for 2 days, and a light golden stubble covered his chin. This he would shave off badly with the cut-throat razor he had bought on his arrival in Paris. Also lying on the bathroom shelf were the flasks of aftershave that in fact contained the grey hair tint he had once used already for Pastor Jensen, and the solvent spirit. He had already washed out the chestnut-brown tint of Marty Schulberg, and sitting in front of the bathroom mirror, he cut his own blonde hair shorter and shorter, until the tufts stuck up from the top of the head in an untidy brush cut. He made one last check to see that all the preparations for the morning were in order, then cooked himself an omelette, settled in front of the television, and watched a variety show until it was time for bed. Sunday, August the 25th, 1963, was scorching hot. It was the height of the summer heatwave, as it had been just 1 year and 3 days previously, when Lieutenant Colonel Jean-Marie Bastien-Thierry and his men had tried to shoot Charles de Gaulle at the roundabout at Petit-Clamart. Although none of the plotters of that evening in 1962 realized it, their action had set off a chain of events that were only to terminate once and for all on the afternoon of the summer Sunday that now blazed down on a city on holiday. But if Paris was on holiday to celebrate its own liberation from the Germans 19 years earlier, there were 75,000 among them who sweated in blue serge blouses and two-piece suits, trying to keep the rest in order. Heralded by ecstatic columns of press publicity, the ceremonies to mark the day of liberation were massively attended. Most of those who came, however, hardly had a glimpse of the head of state as he stalked through solid phalanxes of guards and policemen to officiate at the commemorations. Apart from being boxed in from public view by a cohort of officers and civil servants who, although delighted to be asked to be in attendance, failed to notice that their one common characteristic was their height, and that each in his way served as a human shield for the President, General de Gaulle was also surrounded by all 4 of his bodyguards. Fortunately, his short-sightedness, accentuated by his refusal to wear glasses in public, prevented him from noting that behind each elbow and flanking him on each side were the huge bulks of Roger Tessier, Paul Comite, Raymond Sassier, and Henri Joudet. They were known to the press as guerrillas, and many thought this was simply a tribute to their looks. In fact, there was a practical reason for their manner of walking. Each man was an expert in combat of all forms, with heavily muscled chests and shoulders. With muscles tensed, the dorsals forced the arms out from the sides so that the hands swung well away from the body. To add to this, each man carried his favourite automatic under his left armpit, accentuating the guerrilla-like stance. They walked with hands half open, ready to sweep the gun out from its shoulder holster and start firing at the first hint of trouble. But there was none. The ceremony of the Arc de Triomphe went off exactly as planned, while all along the great amphitheatre of roofs that overlooked the Place d'Etoile, hundreds of men with binoculars and rifles crouched behind chimney stacks, watched and guarded. As the presidential motorcade finally swept down the Champs-Élysées towards Notre Dame, they all breathed a sigh of relief and started to come down again. At the cathedral it was the same. The Cardinal Archbishop of Paris officiated, flanked by prelates and clergy, all of whom had been watched as they robed. In the organ loft 2 men perched with rifles. Not even the Archbishop knew they were there, and watched the gathering below. The worshippers were heavily infiltrated by plain-clothes police, who did not kneel or close their eyes, but who prayed as fervently as the rest the old policeman's prayer, "Please, dear Lord, not while I'm on duty." Outside, several bystanders, even though they were 200 metres from the door of the cathedral, were hustled away when they reached inside their jackets. One had been scratching his armpit, the other going for a cigarette case. And still, nothing happened. There was no crack of a rifle from a rooftop, no muffled crump of a bomb. The police even scanned each other, making sure that their colleagues had the indispensable lapel badge issued that very morning, so that the Jackal could not copy it and masquerade as a policeman. One CRS man who lost his badge was arrested on the spot and bustled to a waiting van. His submachine carbine was taken from him, and it was not until the evening that he was released. Even then, it took 20 of his colleagues, who personally recognized the man and vouched for him, to convince the police that he was who he said he was. At Mont Valérien, the atmosphere was electric, although if the President noticed it, he gave no sign. In this working-class suburb, the security man had estimated that while actually inside the ossuary, the General would be safe, but while his car was wending its way through the narrow streets approaching the prison, slowing down for the corners, the assassin might make his attempt. In fact, at that moment, the Jackal was elsewhere. Pierre Valrémé was fed up. He was hot. His blouse was sticking to his back. The strap of his submachine carbine chafed his shoulder right through the soaking material. He was thirsty, and it was lunchtime, which he knew he was going to miss. He was beginning to regret joining the CRS at all. It had all been very well when he was laid off redundant from his factory job at Rouen, and the clerk at the Labour Exchange had pointed to the poster on the wall of a beaming young man in the uniform of the CRS who was telling the world that he had a job with a future and prospects of an interesting life. The uniform in the picture looked as if it had been tailored by Balenciaga himself. So Valrémé had enlisted. No one had mentioned the life in the barracks that looked like a prison, which was just what it had once been, nor the drill, nor the night exercises, nor the itchy serge blouse, nor the hours of waiting on street corners in bitter cold or blazing heat for the great arrest that never took place. People's papers were always in order, their missions inevitably mundane and harmless, and it was enough to drive anyone to drink. And now Paris, the first trip out of Rouen he had ever made. He had thought he might see the City of Light. Not a hope, not with Sergeant Barbichet in charge of the squad. Just more of the same. See that crowd barrier, Valrémé? Well, stand by it, watch it, see it don't move, and don't let nobody through it unless they're authorized, see? Yours is a responsible job, my lad. Responsible indeed. Mind you, they had gone a bit wild over this Paris Liberation Day, bringing in thousands from the provinces to supplement the Paris troops. There had been men from 10 different cities in his barracks last night, and the Paris men had a rumour someone was expecting something to happen. Else why all the fuss? Rumours. There were always rumours. They never came to anything. Valrémé turned round and looked back up the Rue de Rennes. The crowd barrier he was guarding was one of a chain stretched across the street from one building to the other, about 250 metres up the street from the Place du 18e Juin. The façade of the railway station was another 200 metres beyond the square, fronted by the forecourt in which the ceremony was to take place. In the distance, he could see some men inside the forecourt marking out the places where the old veterans would stand, and the officials, and the band of the Garde Républicaine. 3 hours to go. Jesus, would it never end? Along the line of barriers, the first of the public were beginning to assemble. Some of them had fantastic patience, he thought. Fancy waiting in this heat for hours just to see a crowd of heads 300 metres away and know that de Gaulle was in the middle of that lot somewhere. Still, they always came when Charlot was about. There were about 100 or 200 scattered along the barriers when he saw the old man. He was hobbling down the street, looking like he was never going to make it another half-mile. The black beret was stained with sweat, and the long greatcoat swished below his knee. There was a row of medals dangling and clinking on his chest. Several of the crowd by the barrier cast him glances full of pity. These old codgers always kept their medals, Valrémé thought, like it was the only thing they had in life. Well, maybe it was the only thing left for some of them, especially when you had one of your legs shot off. Maybe, thought Valrémé, watching the old man hobbling down the street, he'd run around a bit when he was young, when he had 2 legs to run on. Now he looked like a smashed-up old seagull the CRS man had seen once on a visit to the seaside at Carmadec. Christ, fancy having to spend the rest of your days limping about with one leg, propping yourself up on an aluminium crutch. The old man hobbled up to him. Je peux passer?
He asked timidly. Come on, Dad. Let's have a look at your papers. The old war veteran fumbled inside his shirt, which could have done with a wash. He produced 2 cards, which Valreme took and looked at. André Martin, French citizen, aged 53, born at Colmar, Alsace, resident in Paris. The other card was for the same man. Written across the top of it were the words, Mutilé de guerre. "Ah, you're mutilated all right, pal," thought Valreme. He studied the photographs on each card. They were of the same man, but taken at different times. He looked up. "Take off your beret." The old man took it off and crumpled it in his hand. Valreme compared the face in front of him with those in the photographs. It was the same. The man in front of him looked sick. He cut himself shaving, and small bits of toilet paper were stuck on the cuts where specks of blood still showed. The face was grey-coloured and greasy with a film of sweat. Above the forehead, the tufts of grey hair stuck up at all angles, disarranged by the act of sweeping off the beret. Valreme handed the cards back. "What do you want to go down there for?"
"I live there," said the old man. "I'm retired on my pension. I have an attic."
Valreme snatched the cards back. The identity card gave his address at 154 Rue de Rennes, Paris, 6e. The CRS man looked at the house above his head. Written over the door was the number 132. Fair enough. 154 must be further down the road. No orders against letting an old man go home. "All right, pass through, but don't get into no mischief. Charlotte's going to be along in a couple of hours." The old man smiled, putting away his cards and nearly stumbling on his one leg and crutch, so that Valreme reached out to steady him.
"I know. One of my old pals is getting his medal. I got mine 2 years ago."
He tapped the Médaille de la Libération on his chest.
"But only from the Minister of the Armed Forces."
Valreme peered at the medal. "So that's the Liberation Medal. Hell of a small thing to get a leg shot off for." He remembered his authority and nodded curtly. The old man hobbled away down the street. Valreme turned to stop another chancer who was trying to slip through the barrier. All right, that's enough of that. Stay back behind the barrier." The last thing he saw of the old soldier was the flash of the greatcoat disappearing into a doorway at the far end of the street next to the square. Madame Berthe looked up startled as the shadow fell over her. It had been a trying day, what with policemen looking in all the rooms, and she didn't know what the tenants would have said if they'd been there. Fortunately, all but 3 were away for the August holidays. When the police had gone, she'd been able to settle back in her usual place in the doorway for a bit of quiet knitting. The ceremony, due to take place 100 yards away across the square in the station forecourt in 2 hours, interested her not in the slightest.
"Excusez-moi, madame. I was wondering, perhaps a glass of water? It's terribly hot, waiting for the ceremony."
She took in the face and form of an old man in a greatcoat, such as her long-dead husband had once worn, with medals swinging below the lapel on the left breast. He leaned heavily on a crutch, one single leg protruding from beneath the greatcoat. His face looked haggard and sweaty. Madame Berthe bundled up her knitting and stuffed it into the pocket of her apron.
"Oh, mon pauvre monsieur, walking around like that and in this heat. The ceremony's not for 2 hours yet. You're early. Come in, come in."
She bustled off towards the glass-fronted door of her parlour at the back of the hall to get a glass of water. The war veteran hobbled after her. Above the running of the water from the kitchen tap, she didn't hear the door close on the outer lobby. She hardly felt the fingers of the man's left hand slide round her jawbone from behind, and the crash of the bunched knuckles under the mastoid bone on the right side of her head, just behind the ear, was completely unsuspected. The image of the running tap and the filling glass in front of her exploded into fragments of red and black, and her inert form slid soundlessly to the floor. The Jackal opened the front of his coat, reached for the waist, and unbuckled the harness that kept his right leg strapped up under his buttocks. As he straightened the leg and flexed the cramped knee, his face tightened with pain. He spent several minutes allowing the blood to flow back into the calf and ankle of the leg before putting any weight on it. 5 minutes later,
Madame Berthe was trussed up hand and foot with the clothesline from beneath the sink, and her mouth was covered with a large square of sticking plaster. He put her in the scullery and shut the door. A search of the parlour revealed the keys of the flat in the table drawer. Rebuttoning the coat, he took up the crutch, the same on which he had hobbled through the airports of Brussels and Milan 12 days earlier, and peered outside. The hall was empty. He left the parlour, locked the door after him, and loped up the stairs. On the 6th floor, he chose the flat of Mademoiselle Béranger and knocked. There was no sound. He waited and knocked again. From neither that flat nor the next-door one of Monsieur and Madame Charrier came a sound. Taking the keys, he searched for the name Béranger, found it, and entered the flat, closing and locking the door after him. He crossed to the window and looked out. Across the road, on the rooftops of the blocks opposite, men in blue uniforms were moving into position. He was only just in time. At arm's length, he unclipped the window lock and swung both halves of the frame quietly inwards until they came back against the inside of the living-room wall. Then he stepped well back. A square shaft of light fell through the window onto the carpet. By contrast, the rest of the room appeared darker. If he stayed away from that square of light, the watchers opposite would see nothing. Stepping to the side of the window, keeping to the shadows of the withdrawn curtains, he found he could look downwards and sideways into the forecourt of the station, 130 metres away. 8 feet back from the window, and well to one side, he set up the living-room table, removing the tablecloth and pot of plastic flowers and replacing them with a pair of cushions from the armchair. These would form his firing rest. He stripped off his greatcoat and rolled up his sleeves. The crutch came to pieces, section by section. The black rubber ferrule on the end was unscrewed and revealed the shining percussion caps of his 3 remaining shells. The nausea and sweating, inspired by eating the cordite out of the other 2, was only beginning to leave him. The next section of the crutch was unscrewed, and from it slid the silencer. The second section came away to disgorge the telescopic sight. The thickest part of the crutch, where the 2 upper supports merged into the main stem, revealed the breech and barrel of the rifle. From the Y-shaped frame above the join, he slid the 2 steel rods, which, when fitted together, would become the frame of the rifle's stock. Lastly, the padded armpit support of the crutch. This alone concealed nothing except the trigger of the rifle embedded in the padding. Otherwise, the armpit support slid onto the stock of the gun as it was to become the shoulder guard. Lovingly and meticulously, he assembled the rifle. Breech and barrel, upper and lower component of the stock, shoulder guard, silencer, and trigger. Lastly, he slid on the telescopic sight and clipped it fast. Sitting on a chair behind the table, leaning slightly forward with the gun barrel resting on top of the upper cushion, he squinted through the telescope. The sunlit square beyond the windows, and 50 feet down, leapt into focus. The head of one of the men still marking out the standing positions for the forthcoming ceremony passed across the line of sight. He tracked the target with the gun. The head appeared large and clear, as large as a melon had looked in the forest glade in the Ardennes. Satisfied at last, he lined the 3 cartridges up on the edge of the table like soldiers in a row. With finger and thumb, he slid back the rifle's bolt and eased the first shell into the breech. 1 should be enough, but he had 2 spare. He pushed the bolt forward again until it closed on the base of the cartridge, gave a half-twist, and locked it. Finally, he laid the rifle carefully among the cushions and fumbled for cigarettes and matches. Drawing hard on his first cigarette, he leant back to wait for another hour and 3/4. Chapter 21. Commissaire Claude Lebel felt as if he had never had a drink in his life. His mouth was dry, and the tongue stuck to the roof of it as though it were welded there. Nor was it just the heat that caused this feeling. For the first time in many, many years, he was really frightened. Something he was sure was going to happen during that afternoon, and he still could find no clue as to how or when. He had been at the Arc de Triomphe that morning, and at Notre Dame and at Mont Valérien. Nothing had happened. Over lunch with some of the men from the committee, which had met for the last time at the ministry that day at dawn, he had heard the mood change from tenseness and anger to something almost of euphoria. There was only one more ceremony to go, and the Place de 8e Juin, he was assured, had been scoured and sealed off. "He is gone," said Roland, as the group, who had lunched together at a brasserie not far from the Élysée Palace, while General de Gaulle lunched inside it, emerged into the sunlight. "He's gone. Fucked off. And a very wise thing, too. He'll surface somewhere sometime, and my boys will get him." Now Lebel prowled disconsolately around the edge of the crowd held 200 metres down the boulevard Montparnasse, so far away from the square that no one could see what was going on. Each policeman and CRS man he spoke to on the barriers had the same message. No one had passed through since the barriers went up at 12. The main roads were blocked. The side roads were blocked. The alleys were blocked. The rooftops were watched and guarded. The station itself, honeycombed with offices and attics racing down onto the forecourt, was crawling with security men. They perched atop the great engine sheds high above the silent platforms from which all the trains had been diverted for the afternoon to the Gare Saint-Lazare. Inside the perimeters, every building had been scoured from basement to attic. Most of the flats were empty, their occupants away on holiday at the seaside or the mountains. In short, the area of the Place du 8e Juin was sealed off, as Valentin would say, tighter than a mouse's arsehole. Lebel smiled at the memory of the language of the Avignon policeman. Suddenly, the grin was wiped off. Valentin had not been able to stop the Jackal either. He slipped through the side streets, showing his police pass to take a shortcut, and emerged in the Rue de Rennes. It was the same story. The road was blocked off 200 metres from the square, the crowds massed behind the barriers, the street empty except for the patrolling CRS men. He started asking again. "Seen anyone?" "No, sir." "Anyone been past? Anyone at all?" "No, sir." Down in the forecourt of the station he heard the band of the Garde Républicaine tuning their instruments. He glanced at his watch. The General would be arriving any time now. "Seen anybody pass? Anyone at all?" "No, sir, not this way." "All right, carry on." Down in the square he heard a shouted order, and from one end of the boulevard de Montparnasse a motorcade swept into the Place de 8e Juin. He watched it turn into the gates of the station forecourt, the police erect and at the salute. All eyes down the street were watching the sleek black cars. The crowd behind the barrier a few yards from him strained to get through. He looked up at the rooftops. Good boys. The watchers on the roof ignored the spectacle below them. Their eyes never stopped flickering across the rooftops and windows, across the road from where they crouched on the parapets, watching for a slight movement at a window. He had reached the western side of the Rue de Rennes. A young CRS man stood with his feet planted squarely in the gap where the last steel crowd barrier abutted the wall of number 132. He flashed his card at the man, who stiffened. "Anybody passed this way?" "No, sir." "How long have you been here?" "Since 12 o'clock, sir, when the street was closed." "Nobody been through that gap?" "No, sir. Well, only the old cripple, and he lives down there." "What cripple?" "Oldish fellow, sir. Looks sick as a dog. He had his ID card and mutilé de guerre card. Address given as 154 Rue de Rennes. Well, I had to let him through, sir. He looked all in, real sick. Not surprised with him in that greatcoat in this weather and all. Crazy, really." "Greatcoat?" "Yes, sir. Great long coat. Military, like the old soldiers used to wear. Too hot for this weather, though." "What was wrong with him?" "Well, he was too hot, wasn't he, sir?" "You said he was war-wounded. What was wrong with him?" "One leg, sir. Only one leg. Hobbling along he was on a crutch." From down in the square the first clear peals from the trumpet sounded. Allons, enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrive. Several of the crowd took up the familiar chant of the Marseillaise. Crutch. To himself Lebel's voice seemed a small thing, very far away. The CRS man looked at him solicitously. "Yes, sir. A crutch, like one-legged men always have. An aluminium crutch." Lebel was taking off down the street,
yelling at the CRS man to follow him. They were drawn up in the sunlight in a hollow square. The cars were parked nose to tail along the wall of the station facade. Directly opposite the cars, along the railings that separated the forecourt from the square, were the 10 recipients of the medals to be distributed by the head of state. On the east side of the forecourt were the officials and diplomatic corps, a solid mass of charcoal grey suiting, with here and there the red rosebud of the Legion of Honour. The western side was occupied by the serried red plumes and burnished casques of the Garde Républicaine, the bandsmen standing a little out in front of the Guard of Honour itself. Round one of the cars, up against the station facade, clustered a group of protocol officials and palace staff. The band continued to play the Marseillaise. The Jackal raised the rifle and squinted down into the forecourt. He picked the war veteran nearest to him, the man who would be the first to get his medal. He was a short, stocky man, standing very erect. His head came clearly into sight, almost a complete profile. In a few minutes, facing this man, about 1 foot taller, would be another face, proud, arrogant, topped by a khaki kepi, adorned with the 2 gold stars on the front. Marchons, marchons, que sang impieux. Boom, ba boom. The last notes of the national anthem died away, replaced by a great silence. The roar of the commander of the guard echoed across the station yard. "General salute! Present arms!" There were 3 precise crashes, as white-gloved hands smacked in unison across rifle butts and magazines, and heels came down together. The crowd around the car parted, falling back into halves. From the centre, a single tall figure emerged, and began to stalk towards the line of war veterans. At 50 metres from them, the rest of the crowd stopped, except the Minister of Veterans Affairs, who would introduce the veterans to their president, and an official carrying a velvet cushion with a row of 10 pieces of metal and 10 coloured ribbons on it. Apart from these 2, Charles de Gaulle marched forward alone. "This one?" Lebel stopped, panting, and gestured towards a doorway. "I think so, sir. Yes, this was it, second from the end. This was where he came in." The little detective was gone down the hallway, and Valreme followed him, not displeased to be out of the street, where their odd behaviour in the middle of a serious occasion was attracting disapproving frowns from some of the higher brass standing at attention against the railing of the station yard. Well, if he was put on the carpet, he could always say that the funny little man had posed as a commissaire of police, and that he'd been trying to detain him. When he got into the hall, the detective was shaking the door of the concierge's parlour. "Where's the concierge?" he yelled. "I don't know, sir." Before he could protest, the little man had smashed the frosted glass panel with his elbow, reached inside and opened the door. "Follow me," he called, and dashed inside. "You're damn right I'm going to follow you," thought Valreme. "You're off your chump." He found the little detective at the door of the scullery. Looking over the man's shoulder, he saw the concierge tied up on the floor, still unconscious. Shit! Suddenly it occurred to him the little man was not joking. He was a police commissaire, and they were after a criminal. This was the big moment he'd always dreamed of, and he wished he was back in barracks. "Top floor!" shouted the detective, and he was gone up the stairs with a speed that surprised Valreme, who pounded after him, unslinging his carbine as he ran. The President of France passed before the first man in the line of veterans, and stooped slightly to listen to the minister explain who he was and what was his citation for valour shown on that day 19 years before. When the minister had finished, he inclined his head toward the veteran, turned towards the man with the cushion, and took the proffered medal. As the band began a softly played rendering of La Marjolaine, the tall general pinned the medal onto the rounded chest of the elderly man in front of him. Then he stepped back for the salute. 6 floors up and 130 metres away, the Jackal held the rifle very steady and squinted down the telescopic sight. He could see the features quite clearly, the brow shaded by the peak of the kepi, the peering eyes, the prow-like nose. He saw the raised saluting hand come down from the peak of the cap. The crossed wires of the sight were spotted on the exposed temple. Softly, gently, he squeezed the trigger. A split second later, He was staring down into the station forecourt as if he could not believe his eyes. Before the bullet had passed out of the end of the barrel, the President of France had snapped his head forward without warning. As the assassin watched in disbelief, he solemnly planted a kiss on each cheek of the man in front of him. As he himself was a foot taller, he had had to bend forward and down to give the traditional kiss of congratulation that is habitual among the French and certain other nations, but which baffles Anglo-Saxons. It was later established the bullet had passed a fraction of an inch behind the moving head. Whether the President heard the whip crack of the bullet is not known. He gave no sign of it. The minister and the official heard nothing. Neither did those 50 metres away. The slug tore into the sun-softened tar macadam of the forecourt, its disintegration taking place harmlessly inside more than an inch of tar. La Morgelaine played on. The President, after planting the second kiss, straightened up and moved sedately on towards the next man. Behind his gun, the Jackal started to swear, softly, venomously. He had never missed a stationary target at 150 yards in his life before. Then he calmed down. There was still time. He tore open the breech of the rifle, ejecting the spent cartridge to fall harmlessly onto the carpet. Taking the second one off the table, he pushed it home and closed the breech. Claude Lebel arrived panting on the 6th floor. He thought his heart was going to burst from his chest. There were 2 doors leading towards the front of the building. He looked from one to the other as the CRS man joined him, submachine carbine held on his hip, pointing forward. As Lebel hesitated in front of the 2 doors, from behind one of them came a low but distinct "Phut!" Lebel pointed at the door lock with his forefinger. "Shoot it off!" he ordered, and stepped back. The CRS man braced himself on both feet and fired. Bits of wood and metal and spent flattened slugs flew in all directions. The door buckled and swung drunkenly inwards. Valremy was first into the room, Lebel on his heels. Valremy could recognize the grey tufts of hair, but that was all. The man had 2 legs. The greatcoat was gone, and the forearms that gripped the rifle were on a strong young man. The gunman gave him no time. Rising from his seat behind the table, swinging in one smooth motion at a half-crouch, he fired from the hip. The single bullet made no sound. The echoes of Valremy's gunburst were still ringing in his ears. The slug from the Jackal's rifle tore into his chest, struck the sternum, and exploded. There was a feeling of tearing and ripping and of great sudden stabs of pain. Then even they were gone. The light faded as if summer had turned to winter. A piece of carpet came up and smacked him on the cheek, except that it was his cheek that was lying on the carpet. The loss of feeling swept up through the thighs and belly, then the chest and neck. The last thing he remembered was a salty taste in the mouth, like he had had after bathing in the sea at Carmadec, and a one-legged old gull sitting on a post. Then it was all dark. Above his body, Claude Lebel stared into the eyes of the other man. He had no trouble with his heart. It did not seem to be pumping any more. "Jackal," he said. The other man said simply, "Lebel." He was fumbling with the gun, tearing open the breech. Lebel saw the glint of the cartridge case as it dropped to the floor. The man swept something off the table and stuffed it into the breech. His grey eyes were still staring at Lebel. "He's trying to fix me rigid," thought Lebel with a sense of unrealism. "He's going to shoot. He's going to kill me." With an effort he dropped his eyes to the floor. The boy from the CRS had fallen sideways. His carbine had slipped from his fingers and lay at Lebel's feet. Without conscious thought, he dropped to his knees, grabbed the MAT 49, swinging it upwards with one hand, the other clawing for the trigger. He heard the Jackal snap home the breech of the rifle as he found the trigger of the carbine. He pulled it. The roar of exploding ammunition filled the small room and was heard in the square. Later press inquiries were met with the explanation that it had been a motorcycle with a faulty silencer, which some ass had kicked into life a few streets away at the height of the ceremony. Half a magazine full of 9mm bullets hit the Jackal in the chest, picked him up, half-turned him in the air, and slammed his body into an untidy heap in the far corner of the room. As he fell, he brought the standard lamp with him. Down below, the band struck up Mon Régiment et ma Patrie.
Superintendent Thomas had a phone call at 6 that evening from Paris. He sent for the senior inspector of his staff.
"They got him," he said. "In Paris. No problems. But you better get up to his flat and sort things out."
It was 8 o'clock when the inspector was having a last sort-through of Calthrop's belongings that he heard someone come into the open doorway. He turned. A man was standing there scowling at him. A big-built, burly man. "What are you doing here?" asked the inspector.
"I might ask you just the same thing. What the hell do you think you're doing?"
"All right, that's enough," said the inspector. "Let's have your name."
"Calthrop,"
said the newcomer.
"Charles Calthrop, and this is my flat. Now what the hell are you doing to it?"
The inspector wished he carried a gun. "All right," he said quietly, warily. "I think you'd better come down to the yard for a little chat."
"Too bloody right," said Calthrop. "You've got a bit of explaining to do."
But in fact it was Calthrop who did the explaining. They held him for 24 hours, until 3 separate confirmations came through from Paris that the Jackal was dead, and 5 landlords of isolated taverns in the far north of Sutherland County, Scotland, had testified that Charles Calthorpe had indeed spent the previous 3 weeks indulging his passion for climbing and fishing, and had stayed at their establishments.
"If the Jackal wasn't Calthrop,"
said Thomas, after Calthrop had finally walked out of the door a free man,
"then who the hell was he?"
"There can be no question, of course," said the Commissioner of Metropolitan Police the next day to Assistant Commissioner Dixon and Superintendent Thomas, "of Her Majesty's government ever conceding that this Jackal fellow was an Englishman at all. So far as one can see, there was a period when a certain Englishman came under suspicion. He has now been cleared. We also know that for a period of his assignment in France, the Jackal fellow masqueraded as an Englishman under a falsely issued English passport. But he also masqueraded as a Dane, an American, and a Frenchman, under 2 stolen passports and 1 set of forged French papers. As far as we are concerned, our inquiries established that the assassin was travelling in France under a false passport in the name of Duggan, and in this name he was traced to this place Gap. That's all. Gentlemen, the case is closed." The following day, the body of a man was buried in an unmarked grave at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. The death certificate showed the body to be that of an unnamed foreign tourist, killed on Sunday, August the 25th, 1963, in a hit-and-run accident on the motorway outside the city. Present were a priest, a policeman, a registrar, and 2 gravediggers. Nobody present showed any interest as the plain deal coffin was lowered into the grave, except a single other person who attended. When it was all over, he turned round, declined to give his name, and walked back down the cemetery path, a solitary little figure, to return home to his wife and children. The day of the Jackal was over. This concludes the reading of The Day of the Jackal by Frederick Forsyth. Copyright 1971 by Frederick Forsyth. This book was read by Simon Preble. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Viking, a member of Penguin Group USA, Incorporated, and was produced in 2009 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc.